Science without nobility is blind. The core of Universitas 11 Maret logo, which is a head-like shape with a flame in its center, is described as wiku. The term wiku is Old Javanese, borrowed from Pali, meaning an educated noble disciple. The flame, or prabha, in the center of wiku's head represents the brilliance, wisdom, and nobility of the human mind. The flame also symbolizes the light of knowledge that shines and makes a positive and eternal impact on the world and humanity. Universitas 11 Maret, established on March 11, 1976, is one of the leading universities in Indonesia. Its noble goal is to contribute to the development of the nation through education, research, and innovation that benefits society. Universitas 11 Maret has built its vision and strategic plan on becoming an internationally excellent center of development of science, technology, and arts based on the noble values of national culture, focusing on enhancing its specialized subject areas and on developing its capacity to meet world-class standards. Universitas 11 Maret has established 3 centers of excellence in science and technology. The 3 centers are Center of Excellence in Lithium-Ion Battery Technology, Center of Excellence in FinTech, Financial Technology, and Center of Excellence in Javanology that focuses on the study, development, and preservation of Javanese culture. Universitas 11 Maret is located in the city of Surakarta, also known as Solo. Solo is a very comfortable city to live in, where Javanese culture and modern life combine. The life in Solo, which upholds the value of harmony, has prepared Universitas 11 Maret graduates to be future leaders who are tough, creative, friendly, generous, calm, and adaptive. To achieve the vision of Indonesian higher education, freedom to learn, independent campus, Universitas 11 Maret offers a variety of courses on a wide range of subjects. Various library services, such as thousands of print books and ebooks, access to various international journals, and academic librarian assistants are available to support the teaching and learning process and promote the academic achievement of all students, lecturers, and researchers. With a comfortable learning environment, a green campus, and supported by an integrated information system, Universitas 11 Maret has an academic culture that fosters a global perspective and is prepared for Education 4.0. Active and strong international partnerships and collaborations have become an integral part of the university. International partnerships provide opportunities for student and staff mobility, as well as collaborative research and community service projects. In addition to being a center of excellence, Universitas 11 Maret is home to students from all 34 provinces in Indonesia and 33 countries in the world. This creates a multicultural environment that promotes mutual understanding. Embracing diversity and respecting all cultures makes every student feel recognized and valued. The complexity of the modern world is continuously increasing. We live in an uncertain world where change is rapid and unpredictable. Universities have a pivotal role to play in preparing graduates for jobs that don't exist yet, for technologies that haven't been invented, and for problems that need innovative solutions.
Universitas 11 Maret has three main agendas toward a world-class university. Acceleration in various phases of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS, Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
It is important to understand that flexibility and adaptability are the keys to growth in the rapidly changing 21st century. This is what encouraged Universitas 11 Maret to shift its governance and management to an autonomous public university. With this change, Universitas 11 Maret will have the autonomy and independence to improve the quality of teaching, learning, and research in implementing the 5 development pillars of Universitas 11 Maret to accelerate its transformation process towards becoming a world-class university. Universitas 11 Maret.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to General Assembly, the 10th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment 2023. My name is Rufidah Maulina, and it's such an honor for me to be Master of Ceremony for this event. In this occasion, I also would like to greet and welcome the Right Honorable His Excellencies Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus MS, Vice Rector for Academic Student Affairs, Universitas 11 Maret. Welcome to Her Excellency, the Honorable Head of the Institute of Research and Community Service, Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Dr. Okit Parama Astiring. And the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samanhudi, SP and SE. And also, we welcome all of the international speakers today, Dr. Ahmed Amin Al-Feki from Cairo University, Egypt, Dr. Omar Hadir Hussein from the University of New South Wales, Australia, Dr. Bernard Nurhadi from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia, and Miss Anna Maria Brunner, Master of Science from Universitat Innsbruck, Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, we are grateful and to be blessed with health and opportunity to gather here in the international event, which can bring together academia, researchers, practitioners who are responsible for delivering sustainable agriculture and environment. This event is hosted by Faculty of Animal Science, Universitas 11 Maret, which serves as a forum to exchange of cutting-edge research, innovative practice, and visionary ideas that aim to foster a harmonious plan between agriculture development and ecological balance. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, please allow me to read the agenda for today. The first agenda is singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. The second agenda are welcoming speech and opening speech. And the next agenda is the main agenda from 4 presentations from our distinguished expert, following with question and discussion. And the last agenda is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. For the participants, please prepare. You may be seated now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the second session. It's welcoming address by the Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret. For Professor Dr. Insinyur Samanhudi, the time is yours.
Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector Universitas 11 Maret, invited speakers, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is our great pleasure and honor to warmly welcome all of you to the 10th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment, ICSAE, on October 17 to 18, 2023. This conference is proudly organized by the Faculty of Agriculture and Center for Biotechnology and Biodiversity Research and Development, Universitas 11 Maret. Stakeholders' exchange of knowledge and experiences is needed due to the rapid development of science and technology in agriculture and related sectors. The contribution of this conference to the development of food security is truly significant for introducing new scientific knowledge that is much needed in Indonesia to maintain a safe and secure environment and look at more effective ways to anticipate future challenges. We can see the great enthusiasm of the entire participants to present their latest research finding and share valuable information and knowledge. We invited some influential distinguished speakers to share their valuable information and knowledge for the plenary session at this conference. At this opportunity, I would like to thank the committee for their great contribution to organizing the conference. To all participants, I hope this conference will enrich you with a new perspective of current knowledge and possible future partnership and collaboration in fostering the advancement of agriculture, the environment, and related sectors. In addition, I wish all the participants to have an outstanding achievement of success and enjoy the conference. We are looking forward to meeting you at a future event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. It was a delightful welcoming speech from Professor Samanhudi. Now this is the high time for us to listen to the speech from the head of the Institute of Research and Community Service, Universitas 11 Maret, the Honorable Professor Dr. Okit Parama Asirin, MS. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector of Academic and Student Affairs, Universitas 11 Maret, all the invited speakers, and all the participants. Good morning. Firstly, I would like to warmly greet all participants of the 10th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment. This conference is held by the Biotechnology and Biodiversity Study Centers, one of the study centers under the Research and Community Services, Universitas 11 Maret Coordination. Publication in reputable international journal is one of the output of research. One of publication media is international conference, and according to that, our institute pushed the international conference event by inviting speakers and participants from around the world. Organizing international conference is also one of the agendas to improve Universitas 11 Maret international reputation to be known globally. The conference event can be the venue to interact, exchange knowledge, and follow by further collaboration among the scientists. Universitas 11 Maret has many international conference agendas with many specific topics, and it's supported by a university grant. This ICSAE-10 specific topics for agriculture and environment were underlined. Furthermore, I hope that with a very nice agreement from the ICSAE-10 committee, this conference will succeed. Following that, the publication in Index International Proceeding by a reputable database is expected as the outcome. Lastly, to all the ICSAE-10 committee, thanks for your effort, and to all participants, welcome to the venue. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam.
Thank you, Professor Okit, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is opening remarks of Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs, Universitas 11 Maret, for Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus. The time is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to give a great appreciation to your participation in the 10th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment, ICSAE, on October 17, 18, 2023. This conference is proudly organized by the Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Animal Science, and Center for Biotechnology and Biodiversity Research and Development, Universitas 11 Maret. The 10th ICSAE conference belongs to the ICSAE conference series. The previous conference were held in Surakarta, Indonesia, and in 2013 as the first, and the second is 2015 in Konya, Turkey. The third is in Warsaw, Poland. The fourth is in Solo, Indonesia. The fifth is in Hammamet, Tunisia. The sixth is in Konya, Turkey in 2019. And the 7, 8, 9, and now 10 is in Solo, Surakarta. We are sure that the 10th ICSAE is the flagship conference for researchers, students, and professionals in the area related to agriculture and environment. Sustainable is the keyword in the agriculture and environmental management to ensure a global food security and maintain the high quality of human life. The sustainability concept of environment management in global scope involve the management of land, energy, resources, and also the policy. In addition, currently we are facing the El Nino condition, which could hamper the food supply and security. Food is a critical issue all over the world. Then it must be produced and provided in the sustainable way, but also consider the environment and its related area. According to that, this conference is held to identify ideas, practices, and policy that constitute our concept of sustainable agriculture and environment. We aim to provide a platform for researchers, academics, and practicing professionals worldwide to present their research and professional development activity in agriculture, environment, food, and other relevant subjects. Finally, on behalf of the Universitas 11 Maret, I thank to all invited speakers, participants, and guests who support this conference. I also congratulate and appreciate the organizers for their outstanding effort to make this online conference successfully organized. To all participants, I wish you a fruitful, dynamic, and constructive conference and great discussion. We say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment is officially open. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Yunus, for the opening remarks as the symbol to open the International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is held by Research and Development Center for Biotechnology and Biodiversity, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia, in collaboration with Faculty of Agriculture and Faculty of Animal Science, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main agenda, the seminar session. The first speaker is Dr. Ahmad Amin Al-Feki from Cairo University, Egypt. The presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Dr. Sigit Prastawa. But before we begin, allow me to read his short biography. Dr. Sigit Prastawa is a lecturer and Deputy Dean for Academic, Research, and Student Affairs, Faculty of Animal Science, 11 Maret University. He finished his bachelor degree at Diponegoro University, then continued his master degree at Bogor Agricultural University, and finished his PhD program at University of Bonn, Germany in 2015. He published several research articles nationally and internationally, joined several international conferences as a speaker, and his research interest was mostly about animal reproduction, molecular genetics, animal breeding, animal reproduction technology, and molecular reproduction. Without further ado, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Sigit Prastawa.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, thank you for the nice introductions, Bu Rufida. Okay, could I start the panel one? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to be your moderator in the first panel of the ICSAE-10. Today we will have a guest as invited speaker, and this persons called Dr. Amin El-Fiki. Dr. Amin, are you there? Oh, it's still muted, I think. You can unmute your hello, Dr. Amin. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello. Okay. How are you?
Fine,
Okay.
fine.
Okay, hopefully it's doing fine. Before we start your talk, I will read a little bit about your curriculum vitae. That Dr. Amin El-Fiki is an associate professor in Cairo University in Egypt. He is a friend of mine, very, very best friend actually. And we did a PhD in the same university in Bonn, Germany. As he graduated at 2014. Then currently he works as a postdoctoral in China. Without a further ado, we will hear his talk. But before that, Dr. Amin, could you hear my voice clearly? Okay.
Yes.
Could you say something a little bit before we start your talk? Oh, I think it's problem with the internet signal, I think. Okay. Can we start your talk?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So time is yours, Dr. Amin. He will talk about the natural antioxidant as sustainability tool to trigger cellular defense mechanism against oxidative stress in reproductive cell and embryos. Okay, time is yours for your talk.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be with you today in the 10th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment. My name is Ahmed Amin. I am basically working as an associate professor in Animal Production Department, Faculty of Agriculture, Cairo University. But today I am talking from Guangxi Buffalo Research Institute in China, since at the moment I'm doing some research collaboration work with the institute in the field of reproductive biology. Today I will give a presentation under title Natural Antioxidant as a Sustainability Tool to Trigger Cellular Defense Mechanisms Against Oxidative Stress in Reproductive Cells and Embryos. And I will talk about concept in biology, oxidative stress, deleterious effect of oxidative stress, antioxidants, either exogenous antioxidant or endogenous antioxidants, and the role of natural antioxidant as activators for endogenous antioxidants, and conclusion. The fundamental structural and functional unit of life in all animals is the animal cell. Cells in all mammals almost have the same basic structure and functions, so the similarity at the basic level is very high. We can note that clearly in humans, which are sharing about 99.9% of their DNA. Not only that, our DNA is very similar to other species. For example, the similarity between humans and the cow is 80%. The similarity between humans and chicken, for example, is up to 60%. And even the similarity between humans and banana is up to 60% at the DNA level. scientists have discovered about 20,000 mammalian genes that encode proteins with similar basic functions. Mammals have almost the same genes for similar biochemical and physiological functions. That's why in many cases cells of different animal species organs have similar response to many factors such as stress. Several environmental factors can be a source of stress for both humans and animals, such as heat stress, depression, air pollution, UV radiation, even the new technologies, chemical fertilizer residues, visible light, water pollution, nutritional stress, and so on. Inside the body, all those sources of stress have been reported to induce a state of imbalance between the generation of reactive oxygen species and ROS and antioxidant defense mechanisms of the cells and tissues, leading to a phenomenon known as oxidative stress. But what is ROS? ROS are a variety of molecules generated from molecular oxygen, such as superoxide, hydroxide radicals, hydrogen peroxide. They are highly reactive and unstable molecules which have more ability than the oxygen molecule to interact and damage the other molecules and structures in the cells. Under normal physiological conditions, ROS can generated internally as a byproduct of several metabolic and enzymatic reactions in different cellular organelles, such as mitochondria during energy metabolism, endoplasmic reticulum during protein folding, in peroxisomes during fatty acid beta oxidation, and from also oxidase enzymes activity, and in plasma membrane via NADPH oxidase activity. So, under normal conditions, ROS has a beneficial role in some physiological processes such as oocyte development and ovulation, regulation of transcription, oxygen sensing, signal transduction. On the other hand, under oxidative stress condition, when the balance between the reactive oxygen species and the antioxidant is disturbed, ROS can attack and damage the other molecules such as lipid and fatty acid, protein and amino acid, nucleic acid, and can damage the other cellular structure like plasma membrane, mitochondrial membrane, and endoplasmic reticulum, leading to cell death. So that in farm animals, oxidative stress can negatively affect production, both quality and quantity, immunity, and reproduction in both male and female. In reproduction, the role of oxidative stress in infertility problems for both male and female has been demonstrated. In male, evidence exists supporting the role of oxidative stress in male subfertility, including impaired spermatogenesis, decreased sperm motility and sperm number, impaired sperm functions. In female, oxidative stress decreases oocyte quality and can also induce endometritis and polycystic ovarian disease, and leading to defective embryonic development and pregnancy loss. And for both male and female, oxidative stress can cause germ cell DNA damage. Even if we try to overcome the infertility problems in both male and females or increase the animal productivity via breeding program, for example, most of the usual used reproductive technologies, which are such as super ovulation, in vitro production of embryos, non-surgical oocyte recovery, semen oocyte, and embryo cryopreservation and the embryo transfer, have been stated to induce oxidative stress to the sperm oocytes and in vitro produced embryos also. For example, the sources of oxidative stress in vitro production of embryos could be either from the in vitro culture media or in vitro environment or from the procedure. As a consequence, several deleterious effects have been observed for exposing gametes embryos to oxidative stress. For example, during in vitro maturation, oxidative stress can increase chromosomal error, can decrease quality, can increase mitotic arrest. During in vitro fertilization, oxidative stress can cause DNA damage, increase apoptosis, decrease membrane fluidity, decrease oocyte penetration, decrease fertilization rate. And during in vitro culture of embryos, oxidative stress can cause also mitochondrial dysfunction, DNA fragmentation, lipid accumulation, cryo damage, increase apoptosis rate, decrease embryo quality, and at the end decrease the pregnancy rate, leading to more abortion. So that the protection against oxidative stress via antioxidants is a sustainable key to improve the reproductive performance of both male and female, as well as to increase the productivity of animals in general. In general, antioxidant can be divided into two main categories: exogenous antioxidants and endogenous antioxidants. Exogenous antioxidants, which could be uptaken from outside the cells of the body, can be natural antioxidants, which are compounds generated by plants, fungi, bacteria, or mammals, such as vitamins, retinoids, ascorbic acid, tocopherols, polyphenolic and carotenoid compounds, and so on. Or synthetic antioxidants, such as BHA, BHT, BG. Natural antioxidants are more healthy, more safe, environmental friendly, largely biocompatible with the biological systems. On the other hand, synthetic antioxidants pose a potential health risk due to contamination with chemical precursors and toxic solvents and formation of hazardous byproducts. In addition, some of them, like BHA or BHT, can represent dangerous both for environment and human and animals, mainly due to their genotoxic effect and toxicity to biological systems when found in a concentration beyond this recommended. So, natural antioxidants are more suitable for sustainable animal production. In animal reproduction, several exogenous antioxidants were used to improve the reproductive outcomes, either under in vivo or in vitro conditions in several animal species, as presented here. For example, vitamin E, vitamin B, vitamin C, glutathione, cysteine, and so on. In addition to exogenous antioxidants, there are endogenous antioxidants, which include several internal mechanisms that cells can employ to protect themselves from oxidative stress, such as sirtuins and NRF2-CAP1 antioxidant systems. Sirtuins are a family of nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide dependent histones deacetylase, which with the ability to deacetylate histones and non-histones target. Sirtuins are involved in regulating antioxidants and redox signaling in several ways. For example, SIRTs1 to 7 have been found to be involved in modulating levels of reactive oxygen species, antioxidant enzymes, DNA repair, mitochondrial dysfunction, and oxidative stress in cell through transcription factors such as NRF2, B53, nuclear factor kappa B, FOXO, and BGC1 alpha. When cells become stressed, ROS production is increased, and the coenzyme NAD, which is in green circle here, activates various sirtuins, which is in yellow circles, In addition, sirtuins regulate the activity of antioxidant response elements, which is in orange circle, which in turn modulate the transcription of antioxidant genes to maintain redox signalic cascades. Another internal antioxidant mechanism is NRF2 CAP1 antioxidant mechanism. In this mechanism, NRF2 regulates a battery of antioxidant genes to protect against oxidative stress. In fact, we cannot separate the effect of exogenous antioxidants from endogenous one. This is because of several exogenous antioxidants doing their role via activation of endogenous antioxidant mechanism. In this talk, I will give an example that supported by some research work of my group and others. This example is one of the main antioxidant mechanisms in the mammalian cells, which is NRF2 antioxidant system. NRF2, or nuclear factor erythroid derived 2 like 2, is a key transcription factor, belongs to basic leucine zipper transcription factor family protein, which are able to bind to DNA via their basic leucine zipper domain and regulate expression of antioxidant and detoxification enzyme, metabolizing enzyme, and degradation protein that protect the cells from oxidative stress. Under normal conditions, NRF2 is located in the cytoplasm in compound with CAP1, which is in its inhibitor. When the cells are exposed to oxidative stress, the production of ROS will be increased, and NRF2 will dissociate from this compound with CAP and translocate to the nucleus to combine with another transcription factor, which is MAF, and activate the antioxidant response elements to activate the transcription of many antioxidants, such as catalase, superoxide dismutase, peroxidase, and so on, to produce more antioxidant enzymes, and then these antioxidant enzymes will attack the ROS and decrease their level again in the cells. After that, CAP1 will translocate to the nucleus and dissociate the NRF2 MAF combined and take it out to keep it in the cytoplasm in inactive form again. Many natural antioxidants have been reported to activate this system, such as curcumin, capsaicin, gingerol, green tea extract, and so on. The role of those natural antioxidants to activate NRF2 in several animal cells and tissues has been demonstrated, but not in reproductive cells. In addition, we have another research gap, since the role of NRF2 as the main antioxidant mechanism is already known in this tissue and cells, but this role has not been yet fully investigated in the reproductive system and during oocyte, sperm, and embryo development, so that at the beginning our group went to investigate this role by conducting several experiments. The first one was published in Molecular Reproduction and Development under the title Bovine Embryo Survival Under Oxidative Stress Conditions is Associated with the Activity of NRF2 Mediated Oxidative Stress Response Pathway. The objective of this work was to investigate the association of embryo ability to trigger NRF2 pathway activity and embryo survival under oxidative stress. So, it is well established fact that early developing embryos that reach to the blastocyst stage at day 7 post-insemination are more competent and resulted in higher rate of successful pregnancy after transfer as compared to their late embryos that reached to the same stage at 8th day. So that in this experiment we cultured embryos under 5%, similar to the in vivo conditions, and another group of embryos under 20% oxygen, which is induced oxidative stress to the embryos. Then we compared between the competent embryos collected at day 7 with non-competent embryos collected at day 8 from each oxygen level, either 5% or 20%. In the activity of NRF2 antioxidant pathway related genes at both messenger RNA and protein levels. Also, we observed reactive oxygen species levels in each group and mitochondrial activity, and the result showed that at messenger RNA level, expression of NRF2 was higher in early developing compared to the late developing embryos in both 5% and 20% oxygen condition, with the converse transcription abundance seen for its inhibitor CAP1. At protein level, immunofluorescence staining for NRF2 protein confirmed the gene expression pattern of NRF2 in early and late blastocyst. In general, high level of NRF2 protein was detected in blastocyst under high compared to low oxygen concentration. In both oxygen level, more active NRF2 was found to be localized in the nuclei of early embryo blastocyst, while late developing blastocysts have more NRF2 protein in the cytoplasm. That means only early embryos has more active NRF2. In addition, the expression of NRF2 downstream antioxidants such as peroxidase, catalase, superoxide dismutase, TXN1 was higher in the competent blastocyst compared to non-competent at both oxygen levels. In line with the activity of NRF2, lower ROS levels were observed in early or competent blastocyst, as represented here by less green color, compared to late or non-competent embryos under both oxygen levels. Also, our results showed that competent blastocysts showed more mitochondrial activity, as represented here by more red fluorescent color than their non-competent or late embryos. At the end of this work, we concluded that under oxidative stress induced by in vitro culture conditions, only the early embryos competent, which are reached to the blastocyst stage at early at day 7, have an active NRF2 protein that can translocate to the nucleus and combined with MAF protein to activate the antioxidant response elements of many cytoprotective genes. So the respective proteins of these antioxidants can scavenging the ROS and subsequently maintain the activity of mitochondria for better metabolism. On the other hand, non-competent embryos are not able to activate NRF2 system, leading to lower level of antioxidant and subsequent accumulation of ROS, which impairs the activity of mitochondria and lipid metabolism. After that, we went to study the protective effect of some natural antioxidants against oxidative stress via its ability to activate NRF2 system in some important cells in female reproductive cells, also during embryonic development. One of the natural activators of NRF2 is sulforaphane, which is found in some vegetables such as cauliflower, broccoli, cabbage, and so on. And we have published this article about the role of sulforaphane to protect granulosa cells against oxidative stress via activation of NRF2 in Cell and Tissue Research, Journal of Cell and Tissue Research. In this work, we used granulosa cells which form a layer surrounding the oocyte and connect the oocytes via gap junction. These cells are very important for female reproductive biology since they are the main coordinator for follicular maturation development. Also, they support the oocyte via gap junction with nutrients, and the main function of granulosa cell is synthesizing estradiol and progesterone in response to the stimulation of gonadotropins FSH and LH. And in this work, we aimed to investigate whether sulforaphane supplementation is able to activate NRF2 era antioxidant mechanism and protect or rescue bovine granulosa cells against oxidative stress. For that, we cultured granulosa cells in 5 groups. Group 1 is a control. Group 2 cells were treated with sulforaphane all the time. In Group 3, cells were treated only with H2O2 as a stress source. In Group 4, cells were pre-treated with sulforaphane for 24 hours, then treated with H2O2 for 40 minutes. In Group 5, cells were treated with sulforaphane, but after exposing to H2O2 as a source of stress. Then we observed cell morphology and viability, and we analyzed NRF2 protein. We analyzed also the gene expression of some related genes to NRF2 pathway. We observed the intercellular loss and the mitochondrial activity and lipid accumulation. And our result showed that treatment of the cells with sulforaphane increase the cell viability, especially in Group 4, compared to Group 3 and Group 5, which exposed also to oxidative stress. Also, treatment with sulforaphane alone, which is Group 2, or before exposing to oxidative stress, Group 4, increased the expression of NRF2 protein and its accumulation into the nuclei of the granulosa cells. That means more activity for NRF2. The nuclei of cells here are stained with DABI in blue color. In addition, the results of gene expression analysis for NRF2 and its downstream antioxidant showed upregulation for this antioxidant in the treated cells, especially in Group 4. More active antioxidants lead to decreased ROS and lipid accumulation in Group 4 compared to Group 3 and Group 5, which were exposed also to the same level of oxidative stress. The same group also showed higher mitochondrial activity, as represented here by more fluorescent red color compared to Group 3 and Group 5, which exposed to the same level of oxidative stress. And from this work, we concluded that sulforaphane as an external natural antioxidant plays a vital role in the protection against oxidative stress via activation of the internal antioxidant mechanism NRF2 at transcription level, and in turn decrease ROS accumulation. Also, sulforaphane cannot rescue the cells when added at the time of H2O2 induced oxidative stress. Another experiment from the group that I was working with in Germany has published in 2020 using quercetin, the natural antioxidant found in many vegetables and fruits, to support bovine pre-implantation embryos development under oxidative stress condition via activation of NRF2 signaling pathway. In this work, quercetin supplementation resulted in higher blastocyst total cell number and reduction of intercellular ROS levels, as represented here by this green fluorescence color. This was accompanied by increasing mitochondrial activity compared to control group in both day 7 and day 8 blastocyst, as represented here by more fluorescence red color. In addition, NRF2 messenger RNA and its downstream antioxidant was activated by addition of quercetin to the culture media. In conclusion, quercetin can protect pre-implantation embryos against oxidative stress and improves embryo viability through modulation of NRF2 signaling pathway. Back again to our group in Egypt, since we examined the ability of curcumin, which is another natural antioxidant, that was to improve granulosa cells viability under in vitro culture conditions, and we treated the granulosa cells in this work with curcumin in different concentration. And we found that supplementation of curcumin at low concentrations for 24 hours decrease the Ross level in granulosa cell, as represented here with less green fluorescence intensity color. Also, curcumin supplementation increase the antioxidant enzymes activity in granulosa cells, such as superoxide dismutase and catalase and glutathione S reductase. In addition, curcumin improved mitochondrial activity as well as intercellular metabolic activity. And from this work, we concluded that curcumin can protect granulosa cells against oxidative stress under in vitro culture conditions using low concentration. In male, we have started a series of experiments to see the effect of some natural antioxidants on the viability of semens, especially after freezing and thawing. In this regard, we used the melatonin from natural sources as a natural antioxidant supplementation to the semen extender. Melatonin activated NRF2 and its downstream SOD in dose-dependent manner, and this improves the total and progressive motility of sperms in the frozen semen after thawing. In addition, the total antioxidant capacity and antioxidant enzymes activity were significantly high as a response to addition of melatonin to extender. From this work, we concluded that melatonin can be used as a natural antioxidant to protect semen from oxidative stress induced by cryopreservation. In addition, at the moment, we conducted a series of experiments to investigate the effect of some other natural antioxidant in both male and female reproductive and other related cells and the embryos. For example, we used curcumin as an antioxidant supplement to semen extender before cryopreservation, and we observed its effect on sperm viability after thawing as a preliminary result. We found that in general, curcumin supplementation to the semen extender in low concentration increased the total and the progressive motility of the sperms. In addition, curcumin increased the percentage intact plasma membrane, either after cooling or post-thawing. Also in this work, the percentage of intact acrosome was increased, as well as the damaged acrosome was decreased. For enzymes activity, curcumin significantly increased the superoxide dismutase activity and glutathione peroxidase compared to the control group. Back to China, where I am doing a research collaboration with Guangxi Buffalo Research Institute at the moment. We just have started an experiment about the role of resveratrol as a natural antioxidant in the protection against oxidative stress in both reproductive cells and also during pre-implantation embryo development. In general, we can conclude that natural antioxidant can be used either via its direct effect or indirect role in activation of the cellular antioxidant mechanisms to protect against oxidative stress in reproductive cells and also during embryonic development. As a safe and environmentally friendly supplements, natural antioxidants are considered to be more suitable for animal production. Finally, I would like to thank Guangxi Buffalo Research Institute, which is hosting me at the moment to do a research collaboration. Also, I would like to thank Institute for Tierwissenschaft, which I did my PhD work. Also, I would like to thank DAAD, Deutsche Akademische Austauschdienst, which supported me several times in my research work, and finally my home university, Cairo University. Also, I would like to thank the organization committee of the conference to invite me as a speaker. So thank you for all, and thank you for all the audience. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Amin, thank you very much. Dr. Amar, are you still there? Dr. Amin?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's time now for the question and answer sessions. But before that, it's like you present your PhD thesis here. It's a whole story, actually. Okay, Dr. Amin, it is nice that we know that the impact of the antioxidant could improve the quality of the animal reproductions, actually. And before that, I would like to open the question sessions. Anyone here in the room would like to raise a questions? You can speak directly. If not, I think I found one questions here in the chat box. Okay, so I will read it. Dr. Amin, there's a questions. To what extent is the effectiveness of endogenous antioxidant, and when do we need to use exogenous antioxidant, either natural or synthetic antioxidant? So there's the questions, Dr. Amin. The effectiveness of endogenous antioxidant, and when we need to add the exogenous antioxidant, or maybe to improve the quality of the sperm or embryos, or maybe improving the metabolism.
Okay. So actually, the effectiveness of the endogenous antioxidants is based on the level of the stress.
Okay.
In another work that I have did soon, but it is not published yet, I exposed granulosa cells for a source of stress, different level of oxidative stress by using H2O2, and cells based on the stress level, the concentration of used H2O2, the cells recovered in different times. For example, when the concentration were low, the cells can recover, the granulosa cells can recover itself after 24 hours. But when we used higher concentration of H2O2, cells takes more time to recover itself. So it is based on the concentration or the level of the stress. We can use exogenous antioxidants to activate the internal endogenous antioxidants by adding or taking this natural antioxidant or exogenous antioxidants before exposing the stress to protect the cells. So it is better to use it, for example, in culture media as a pre-treatment.
Okay. Does it mean it's depend on the the stress, I mean the level of the stress, the selection of the antioxidant. How about your opinion?
Yes, it is based on the level of the stress. Also, we noted that for example, NRF2 has many downstreams antioxidant enzymes. So based on the stress level, one of them can be activated, and another level of the stress, another one can be activated.
Okay.
So if it is like a master, he can manage its downstreams based on the concentration of the stress.
Okay, so it's ring my bell that if it is depend on the stress itself, then how can we select the appropriate antioxidant? Because you already mentioned that a lot of source of antioxidant. There is G-acid, there is tocopherol, there is vitamin A, vitamin C, and vitamin D, and so on. What we need to select to lowering or to cope with the specific type of the oxidative stress? Any consideration about that?
Actually, I have no exact answer for these questions because it is only a result of the experiments. So sometimes you can use, for example, polyphenolic compounds can give a good result with such kind of cells like liver cells or like nervous cells or something like that. Another one like curcumin can give a better result with bone cells, bone marrow cells, or another one can give a better result with reproductive cells. So there is no exact answer for this question actually.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so it's depend on the antioxidant itself of the source of the stress, I think. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, okay.
And depend also to the cell response to these antioxidants.
Oh, okay, the specific type, yeah. Okay, any questions, ladies and gentlemen? You can raise your hand because we can find the natural antioxidant around us, right, Dr. Amin? From the vegetable, from the herb, something like that. Any questions? We still have around 10 minutes. Okay, if not, I will ask you a question. So how about the dose, Dr. Amin? For example, you use curcumin in your latest experiments to improve the sperm kinetic activity. So how about the dose? How you select the specific dose that capable or to improve the quality of the sperm by coping the antioxidant level?
So actually, we are trying several doses. And observe which one is which one is the best based on the result. For example, based on the ROS level observed in the cells, or the ability of this concentration to activate the internal antioxidant mechanisms, and also we always also consider the apoptotic genes activity, because it's very important to observe the apoptotic genes like PAX, like Cas3, 9. It's very important to observe the apoptosis rate, for example, under each concentration. So based on all this data, we select which one is the best.
So my question is, we increase, you use around 500 milligram. If we improve more than 500, what are your expectations? It will be better result, or how is it?
Again, please, I didn't get the question.
Okay, so
The internet problem.
okay, no problem. So if the dose, so as the researcher, I'm improving the dose, the concentration of the dose. Use 500, then I use 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and so on. Is it will be give a better result compared with the low result?
No, it could be toxic for the cells because each material has a toxic level. So if it's increased above over some levels, it could be a toxic for the cells. It will kill the cells.
Okay, so that's the mean we need to consider the.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Amin? Oh, I think it is a internet connection problem. Dr. Amin is still there? You still there, Dr. Amin?
Hello. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it's so I continue my question. So that's mean we need to consider the capability of cell to extend with the specific dose. It is right like that?
Yes.
Okay. Bapak Ibu, please, if you have any questions, you can say it in Bahasa if you not really fluent in English, and I will translate to English. It will be okay for you. You still have around 5 minutes. No? Dr. Amin, another questions from me. So regarding the consumption of vegetables, what could you suggest for us, especially consume what type of the vegetables that we can get the benefit of the exogenous antioxidant?
So I didn't get the question again because internet is not stable at all.
Okay, Dr. Amin, any suggestion of the type of the vegetable that we need to consume to get the benefit of exogenous antioxidant?
Vegetables?
Yeah.
Yeah, always the colored vegetables contains more exogenous antioxidants. Except also the broccoli, it's a green, but it contains so much antioxidants.
Oh, okay.
So taking this vegetables is very important to protect our cells, especially under this climate changes conditions, because climate changes conditions induce a lot of oxidative stress to our cells and to our bodies. So it's better to increase our eating vegetables and fruits in our diets, especially nowadays.
Okay. So how much the amount we need to eat? How much the amount? 1 kilo, 2 kilo, 3 kilo? To get the benefit.
So as much as you can, but it is based on the concentration of the antioxidant in that fruit.
Okay.
For example, you can eat one apple per day. It will be okay. Also, you can eat. You can increase the spicy in your food.
Okay.
Capsaicin. It's very effective antioxidant.
Oh, okay.
Especially for the patient, for the blood sugar patient, diabetic people, and also for high blood pressure people. So it is very beneficial for them to take more spicy, more capsaicin.
I just know
You can find capsaicin
in the chili, right? Oh yeah.
yes,
Then
chili.
after that, I will. After this conference, I will eat more chili, I think. Okay. So it's mean, Dr. Amin, we better use or we better consume the supplement antioxidant, right? Which is already known its concentrations. Is it right there?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Good. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, is there any questions? No? So if there is no questions, Dr. Amin, could you give us a closing statement for your talk before we close the sessions? Dr. Amin, could you give a closing statement?
Before that, I can give also an advice for, especially for the cancer patients.
Yeah.
It is very important to note that the activation of the internal antioxidant mechanism of the cancer cells also, the natural antioxidant, more natural antioxidant also can be harmful for the cancer patients because they also activated the cancer cells. So for cancer patient, it is better to take care about taking more exogenous antioxidants. It makes cancer cells strong.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Dr. Amin. Okay, we already come to the end part of this panel session, the first panel sessions. Thank you, Dr. Amin, to give us enlightenment about the antioxidant and its source and also its effect on the cell metabolism that could be inferred to our metabolism, especially in humans. Then for your appreciation for your talk, we will give you a certificate as speaker. Then I will send this, or the committee will send this certificate to your email as the appreciations. Dr. Amin, thank you very much for your participations. Hopefully we can see in the near future. Thank you very much, and thanks for your coming in this conference.
Thank you. Thank you too.
Thank you, Dr. Amin. Yeah. Okay. It is the end of the panel sessions part 1. Then I will return the time to the MC. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad Amin and Dr. Sigit Prastawa for bringing us to a very productive and interactive session today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some announcement for you. For the attendance form is already provided in the chat box. So make sure all the information you provided is correctly, including your email. And we still have a parallel session tomorrow. Don't forget, starting from 7:30 a.m. in the Zoom meeting. And the link will be sent to your email. So please stay tuned and be prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference held by Research and Development Center for Biotechnology and Biodiversity Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia, in collaboration with Faculty of Agriculture and Faculty of Animal Science Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. The honorable participants, For the next panel session will be delivered by Dr. Omar Hadir Hussein from the University of New South Wales, Australia. This presentation will be moderated by Mr. Krishna Bayusanka, PhD. But before we begin, allow me to read his biography. Mr. Krishna Bayusanka, PhD, is a lecturer and researcher from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. He finished his bachelor degree at Universitas 11 Maret and continued his master degree at Universitas Gadjah Mada and finished his doctoral degree at Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, University, Australia. His research expertise is about logistics material, supply chain management. So please welcome Mr. Krishna Bayusanka, PhD.
Thank you, Miss MC. How are you today, guys? Okay. Thank you very much for having me here. I would like to lead this session, the session for Associate Professor Omar Hadir Hussein. Dr. Omar, are you here? Can you hear me clearly? Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Let me introduce here. We have an honorable speaker from Australia down there. How's things going with me?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. There's no El Nino there, or you still have a good weather there?
Yeah. Look, I mean, we are slowly moving towards summer, but the temperature sometimes it's very hot, and some days it is not so hot. So yeah, we are still trying to get used to it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope everything runs good and well. And before we start, I would like to read a short biography of Dr. Omar Hadir Hussein. And Dr. Omar Hadir Hussein right now he's teaching and a researcher for UNSW Canberra, University of New South Wales, Canberra, but he located in Canberra, and his expertise mainly in logistics and supply chain. But not for that, also his research area is various, from the logistics supply chain management, distributed and grid system, decision support, group support system, and their application on logistic area. Today he will send some enlightenment, some thoughts and ideas in agricultural supply chain and sustainability. Okay, without any ado, the screen is yours for another 40 minutes. After that, we have some question and answer session and thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dr. Bayu, and it's always a pleasure to be speaking to all of you. Let me begin by sharing my screen first. And I hope that I can make it, because at this point in time, I'm using 3 different screens. Now, can you please let me know if you are able to see my screen?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, are you able to see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Just 1 minute. All right, so first of all, thank you, Dr. Bayu. Thank you to the conference organizer for giving me an opportunity to speak about my work. Now, I did briefly listen to our previous speaker, but before I begin, I would just like to say that I in no way am an expert in the basic details of how agriculture is done. So my main area is how can what we call as the ICT, like the information communication technology as a big thing, can be used to better facilitate many different areas of work that we are doing. So my primary area of focus is more on supply chains. and how we can make sure that we use things like machine learning, big data. We use things like blockchain, which I'm going to speak about, to better facilitate the way of how things are done. Okay, so in this talk, I am going to be focusing on the theme of sustainability in agriculture. And we all know that the word sustainability, it means a lot of things. It really means a lot of things. Sustainability can mean that it is viable. Sustainability can also mean that what we are doing is actually adhering to how things should be done. And also sustainability also means that what actually we are doing in terms of agriculture is what I say as trustworthy. Okay, so the notion of trust, especially in agriculture, is a very important thing. Because if we consider agriculture as a as a supply chain, we know that we are growing our agriculture in one part of the world, but effectively people who are going to use that may be located in another region of the world. So people have to make sure that what they are eating or what they are buying is actually what it is actually claiming it to be. Okay, so that is also one big area of sustainability here in agriculture. So in my presentation, I'm going to speak about a very key word, a word which I think all of us have heard a number of times. And that word is blockchains. Okay, so I'm going to be focusing on how we over the past three years, we have been working on addressing one very big problem in blockchains. So, and how that problem is applicable, not just in the area of supply chains in which I work with, but also in the area and how can that be applied in agriculture here. So I would be speaking about this method, and also I would say some results, etc. Then we can have some sort of discussion as we keep on going. Now, my talk is not going to be technical, although the work that I'm going to speak about is quite technical in nature, but I would just be speaking from a very high level general perspective of application. But if you are interested to know a bit more further, in terms of how this thing is working, then I'm more than happy to give a copy of the slides and also some of my previous publications, which you can read and try to work on that. All right, so let's get started. So what is blockchain? I mean, I'm sure that all of us have heard the word blockchains a lot. But here I would just like to stop and ask you all, what do you say if I ask you, like, what does blockchain help us to do? What would your response be? Anyone?
Information.
Information of what?
Of anything what we want, looking for.
Yeah, look, I mean, blockchain is a very, very, very good method to store, right? To store information. And the big thing about blockchain is what it will do is whatever information it is storing, it will be stored in such a way that no one else can change it. Okay, so it is an information that you are storing, but it is also an information that once it is stored, no one can change it then. So hence it is a very trustworthy source. So how did the blockchain, or how did the word blockchain come into existence? Well, the word blockchain first came into existence in 2008 when it was actually introduced in a completely different field. I think it was more or less introduced in the area of cryptocurrency, okay, where people were transacting, like, if I am one person and Dr. Bayu is one, and we are dealing, but we want to record our transaction as a block, which neither I can change nor he can change, and that will then be the final set of things here. Okay, so that happened in the year 2008. But since then, blockchain has been used in many different applications. As of 2010, blockchain has been used in various different areas, not just in financial, but also in areas like, supply chains, in areas like art industry, in areas like agriculture. And one of the main reasons why blockchain has been used, as what Bayu was saying, is it is used to store information. And not just that, once the information is stored, it's such that whatever you are storing cannot be changed. So hence this notion of trust is a very important thing. Okay, now why is blockchain important in agriculture? Because of various different reasons. And from what I have just said, because things in agriculture, you are growing things in one part of the world, but people who are eating it or people who are consuming it maybe in some other parts of the world. So those people would need to know that how is this thing grown? Were the right things used? Were the farmers who were using this were said that they did all as what was expected to do, etc., etc. So to address all of this, blockchain in agriculture forms a very important part. It has a very important part. So now in the next slide, I would just like to show to you how does blockchain works. And the main reason why I want to show this to you is I want to explain what is the gap that was there in the blockchain and how did we address that. Okay, so the figure here on the left-hand side shows to you as a very high-level picture of how does the blockchain works. So first things first, in blockchain, two parties, they are doing a transaction. Okay, and I will take the example of me and Bayu. Let's assume that I gave maybe 10 million rupees to Bayu. And Bayu, I gave it. Okay, so everyone here now knows that you have to give it back. So once I gave some money here, how is this transaction recorded in the block? So the first thing that happens is for this transaction to be recorded in the block, we do have people whom we call as the miners. So what the miners have to do is they have to first go and say that, look, Umar has given some money to Bayu and we have to record this in the block. So the first thing they have to do is they have to go and find out what is the digital footprint of it. Like, when I gave something to Bayu, I may have done something as a bank transfer, which has a digital footprint. Like people can go and see that transaction and check that, oh yes, I gave the money to Bayu. So these miners, they will go and find that digital footprint. And once they find the digital footprint, then what they will do is they will use a consensus mechanism, which is either a proof of work or proof of stake, and they have to solve a puzzle. And once they solve a puzzle, what happens is this transaction is then recorded in the block. And this transaction here shows that I gave money to Bayu. And then once things change, of if I do one more transaction, then that transaction is then recorded here. Then the third transaction is recorded here. The fourth transaction is recorded here, etc., etc. So by using this structure, what happens is a blockchain, as the word says, is a series of different transactions which happens, and all of them, they are linked as a block, so that after 5 years, if we want to go and check, did Omar give any money to Bayu? If we go and check as the block, then we would be able to go and confirm that yes, he indeed gave money to Bayu. Okay, so that is the working logic of a blockchain. Very simple, right? Yep. And this notion of blockchain has been used by many different areas, like, supply chains and all of these things. So by using this, what happened is, after 6 months, Bayou cannot change what I have formed as a block, right? And hence, he cannot change this notion of trust, this notion of traceability, and the notion of guarantee of authenticity are the basics of the blockchain. And hence, we use blockchain to make sure that what we are saying is recorded, so that even 5 or 10 years down the line, we can go and confirm that, yes, he gave money to Bayou. And due to these features, blockchain has been used in a lot of things. And similarly, in agriculture, due to these features of trust, traceability, and also guarantee of authenticity, blockchain has very, very, very wide areas of applications. Okay, so now, yeah, in this slide, I am just trying to show the same thing, but in the form of a figure. Like, say here, Lisa has transferred something to Alex, and the amount is $10,000. Because this transfer has happened, there is what we call as a digital footprint. This digital footprint is more or less like, the bank receipt. Now, once this information has to be formed as a block, what the miners will do is they will take this digital footprint, and then they will play a game, or they will solve a puzzle. And once they solve it, this then goes and forms a part of the block. This is how a blockchain works. Now, what is the problem here? There is a very big problem, and his problem is very common. It may not be common in all the areas, but in areas like agriculture, in areas like supply chain, it is a very big problem. So the problem here is the source of information. What do I mean a source of information? Let me explain this. Source of information, what we say, can be of either of one of two types. First is what we call as an objective, and second is what we call as a subjective. What is objective? An objective source is that in which what we are saying has some sort of digital footprint, okay, or it has some sort of proof that can be verified by documents. Okay, what is a subjective source? A subjective source is the opposite of it. That is, a subjective source is that in which what we are saying does not have any proof. Okay, it can be something as an opinion, a claims, or something. Okay, let me take a very simple example here. And the example I will take is the same one which I have used. So here it's me, Umar, and here it is Bayou. Okay, and I said that Umar has given some money to Bayou. Okay, now how can I prove that? Well, I can. For this, if I can show a bank transfer, then this is like a proof that yes, Umar has given money to Bayou. Now, when this information has to be encoded in the blockchain, what will the miners do? They will first check if there is any proof, and if there is any proof, then they will form a block out of it. Done, right? But what this bank transfer thing is what we call as an objective source, because we do have some proof. I do have some proof that shows that I have paid money to Bayou. But we may not have this proof for all the different transactions. There will be a lot of transactions which we call as subjective, in which it may be things like personal opinions. I don't have a proof for that. I'm just claiming it. I'm just saying it, but I don't have a proof for that. It may be things like a company's internal document, which I may not be able to show to you due to privacy reasons, due to security. But if I'm not able to show to you, then information like that cannot be encoded in the blockchain. Cannot be encoded in the blockchain. Why? Because the miners who are doing this, they cannot verify if that information is trustworthy or not. Okay, so that is a very big problem here. That is, blockchain is failing to encode information which does not have any digital footprint. Now, how is this applicable in agriculture? Well, in many ways, like say, for example, if a farmer is saying that, look, I have given all the fertilizers to this plant, but he or she does not have the proof. He or she only has a personal opinion, or he or she is just saying one claim, then that information cannot be recorded in the blockchain. Then, in such cases, blockchains, they are not able to be applied in things like agriculture, and that is a very, very, very big drawback. Very big. And in this slide, I'm trying to show off some other areas in which such sort of subjective information is there. A very good example here is the art industry. Like you see, the very big expensive paintings that we have. Many people claim that this painting was made in so and so year, but we don't know because they don't have the proof for that. So how can we trust them? Similarly, insurance fraud is a very common and a very big problem in the whole world. And because what they are saying, in areas like politics, real estate, there is a lot of subjective information there. And because subjective information is there, it cannot be encoded in the blockchains. So that was the problem. That was a very big problem that was there in the literature. So now, how did we solve it? So first thing first is we had to confirm that the problem that we are saying is indeed a problem in the literature. So what did we do is we conducted a very, very thorough literature work. So we did a literature survey, and in the literature survey, we studied over the past 5 years all the papers that were speaking about blockchains. And in those, we were trying to see if any of the work that has applied blockchain, are they considering things like the subjective information? Are they trying to find out if that subjective information is true or not? Or are they trying to achieve consensus about the authenticity of subjective information which they have? Okay, so here I'm showing you a taxonomy, and by this taxonomy I mean is the various different areas by which we divided our literature work. I will not explain a bit more detail here, but if you will really are interested to go, please go and follow this link here at the bottom of the slide, which provides a link for the paper that we have published. Now, this image shows the various different papers that we have found and the areas of focus that they were trying to focus on. So you see here, there were a lot of papers who applied blockchain for transparency. There were a lot of papers who were applying blockchain for immutability, for decentralization, for deployment, and all these things. And here on the x-axis, we show the number of papers that we found along with the years in which they were trying to focus on. This is an example of what is the output that we got. So here on the right-hand side, you will see that these three things are the three objectives that we wanted to achieve, as what we are showing here on this slide, which is R1, R2, and R3. And as a result of achieving those, as you can see here, none of the papers in the literature were solving each of the aims that we were trying to achieve. So you see, all of them had either an XXX. X means the paper was not doing that, and right means the paper were addressing what this objective was. So to address this, now I will try to speak about a solution that we made. And this solution is what we call as we have made a consensus algorithm, namely the proof of earnestness, which we call as the consensus mechanism that will help us to make sure or to measure how accurate the trustworthiness of a subjective information is. And the name of the framework that we proposed was as SEEF. So how did we solve that? First things first, we propose something known as the proof of earnestness. Okay, what do we mean by earnestness here? Earnestness means it's the ability of a person or intention to fulfill what he is saying. Okay, like say, for example, if I say, okay, Bayu, I will give you 1 million rupees over the next 1 week. Okay, so I'm speaking about something that is happening in the future. Before Bayu forms an interaction with me, we said that Bayu needs to go and see what Omar's earnestness is, that how committed I am to do what I'm saying that I will do. Because once I find the proof of earnestness, then what will happen is Bayu can go and check how committed am I to do the job, and based on that, he can decide if I'm saying the truth or not. That will help Bayu to go and confirm that what the subjective information which I am saying is such that he can trust to what I'm going to say to him. So how will that help? Well, I am showing how will that help in 2 ways. In the top half of this image, I'm trying to show how does the existing blockchain works. Well, here we say that if 2 people are forming an agreement on the 14th of April, and we know that this agreement is going to end on the 18th of May 2022, then what happens is in existing work, the information can only be executed in the blockchain after the contract is over. Okay, so we have to wait until the 18th of May to see if what I have promised, did I actually do it or not? But by that time, we also say that it may be too late. It may be too late. So when we want to use POE, what will happen is right on the day when we are forming the contract, POE will help us to go and see how serious am I to commit to what I'm saying. And also, do I really intend to do what is it that I'm saying it? And when we combine both of these things together, I can know what is my earnestness score. And based on that earnestness score, a lot of stakeholders can make an informed decision of whether they want to form an interaction with me or not. That will help them to avoid all the fraud that is happening. Because if they are able to see how serious am I to do the job, and if they feel that, no, I'm not that serious, then they will not form an interaction with me. That will help us to avoid the various different mechanisms of fraud which people do as they as they first form an interaction, but actually when they have to do it, then they say that no, they can't try to do those things here. So here I'm explaining at a very high level the 4 different modules of what our framework has. So the first module, what it will do is it will try to take an agreement. And after it takes the agreement, it will go and try to see what are the subjective or what are the clauses for which there will be no digital footprint. Okay. Once it sees what those clauses are, then it will go and find out their earnestness score, which is a combination of these 2 scores. And as a result of this, the buyer can make a smart choice of deciding whether they should form an agreement with the seller or not. And then this all information will then be encoded in the blockchains that will help us to avoid fraud, especially in areas where subjective information is there. This is the sequence diagram, which maybe I will not speak. And here is the image of the whole thing. So now I will try to show to you the validation of our approach. So as an example, I will say this is one clause here. Like you see, partner 1 should transport its manufactured goods to partner 2 on the 18th of May. And this thing happens in agriculture a lot. Like, one farmer has to send something to the second farmer. So this is an agreement. As part of this agreement, as part of this clause, what our approach will do here, the first thing is it will try to identify those sentences in which there is information that cannot be verified by a digital footprint. You see that example I took of me and Bayu, me sending some money to Bayu. For that, there is a digital footprint there. But for this particular clause, there is no digital footprint. Like, partner 1 cannot prove to the partner 2 that it has sent some goods on the 18th of May here. So it will try to identify these or sentences like this. And once it does, it will go and try to find out many different things impacting partner 1, or that will negatively impact partner 1 to commit to what it has promised for. So we say that this is by using a mapping module where it will try to find out the various different risks that may negatively impact partner 1 in committing to partner 2. Once it finds the risks here, then what it will do, it will go and find out information relating to those risks here. By using the news. And then it will show to partner 1 and say that, look, you were supposed to transport these goods to me. I have found this information about you. Are you still certain that you would be able to do this or not? Then based on the response of partner 1, it will be encoded. And after the transaction is over, partner 2 will then rank partner 1. And that rank is what you see here on the right hand side is like a score. So now we have a trustworthiness score, like how we do with eBay. When you want to go and buy something, we only want to select those users who have a very high score, because the higher the score, the better the seller is. So we are trying to do the same thing here. When there is subjective information, we want to give each user a score, which we say here, because the higher the score of the user, then it means that, yes, that user is very much trustworthy when it comes to communicating subjective information. And these are all the various different mechanisms or measures that we use to show how good a user is. Now, in these slides, I would like to show you what happens when we are using our approach. Okay, so you see, when two people start to interact, both of them, they will behave very nicely up until here. But after some time, when, like, when me and Bayu are working, and if I am not a very good guy, after 1 month of speaking to Bayu, I know that I have gained the trust of Bayu. I will now start to behave in a very wrong way. Like, I will not give what Bayu wants, etc., etc., which is bad for him. But if I'm using my approach, or the approach that we have spoken, because I know that if I don't give Bayu what he wants, my score will go down. My score will go down. And if my score is trying to go down, then in the future, not only Bayu, but also other people too will not interact with me. So I will have to make sure that I keep my workings held, and the higher the working, then it means that I'm committing to what it is trying to do. Think in agriculture, if a farmer is acting in a trustworthy way, then it means that he or she is doing everything that is expected. And the more he is trying to do that, the more beneficial it is for me, because that will help us, or that will help everyone, and that increases the sustainability of what has to be done in the agriculture field. And the same thing here, like, if a farmer is not doing things well, then he or she will not get any business after some time. But if a farmer is doing things well, then his business will keep on rising, which then again goes to show that his sustainability too will keep on increasing there. So by using this notion of blockchains, what we are doing is we are increasing the trust. And when we are increasing the trust in agriculture, that also increases the sustainability here. This is very much important. Now, here we are trying to show, like, of course, when we are using our approach, because of all the work that we have to do in the background, there will be some processing cost, or what we call as some computation cost. And here we are trying to show that even though it has some processing cost or computation cost, but still the benefit that it will give us in terms of making sure that we are able to achieve what is it that we have to achieve, it far outweighs what the transaction cost may be. So here is the last slide, where I want to show a screenshot of what we are doing and how we are able to show each farmer or each player in this agriculture supply chain, how good they are, which will then help us to make sure and decide if they are doing their task well or not. So yeah, these are my last slides. So thank you, and I'm sure that we do have some questions, and yes, I'm more than happy to go and answer them.
Yes, thank you very much, Omar. What a nice presentation for me. We talk about sustainability, talking about trust, service level agreement, and how to increase it into agricultural industry. Okay, and right now I give the opportunity to the participant to raise some questions to Dr. Omar, if there are any. Is there any? Okay, well, we're waiting for the question from the participant. I have a lot of questions to you on.
Yep, okay. Please go ahead.
Yes. Right now, if we talk about the technology, the blockchain, yes, is something like high level in Indonesia. Maybe I'm not sure it's already well applied in Australia or not. But how we ensure the user, the farmer, the industry to use this kind of technology to increase the issue of trustworthiness, reducing fraud and everything, especially in traditional industry.
That is a very good point, because you see here, I mean, we may make all this sort of high-tech advanced contributions, but if these contributions are not being applied, then we lose the whole purpose of that. But the good thing, which I would like to say, is even though what we are speaking about blockchains and all these things are quite advanced, but what is required to make them work is a very basic stuff. Like, say, for example, we have been using things like RFID, right? We have been using things like scanning, where we just scan. Things like these are the entry points of what information is needed or how information is captured. And if that information has some sort of footprint or not. And once that information is captured, then all the processing in terms of the blockchains can be done in the background. So, but though I'm trying to look it sound much easier, but it's not that easy, because when we go to things like the farmers, I mean, they are not interested in using all these things. But if we really want to achieve sustainability, if we really want to achieve trustworthiness, of course, there needs to be some sort of education. There needs to be some sort of training for them to start using this basic stuff of capturing the information, because once the information is captured, then in the background, all these things can be done in the blockchain, and then we can see what the results would be. So it's a combination of training, I would say, education, again, I would say, and it needs to be, again, made sure that people who are using it, they realize what the benefits of that are, and then they will start to use it.
Yeah, great. I think it's also related to the, let's say, the scientific product from the agriculture itself, right? Let's say there's a lot of my colleagues here from animal sciences, from soil sciences, from agriculture, agribusiness, and everything. I think if they what the product from the research, from the what they are already done, we store it in the blockchain, it will create another
Of course. Of course, I will also give one more example. And now we are starting to see this. Like, if people, when by people I mean a customer, when a customer wants to buy not just an agriculture thing, but things even like a shirt, they want to see where that shirt was made. Like, if it was made in countries where they are not so good in terms of human rights or something, they don't want to buy it. They don't want to buy it. So you see, if people who are from those countries, they are spending a lot of money in trying to make a shirt, but still, if that shirt is not being sold, then they lose the whole purpose of it. So there is not just incentive for the agriculture, but also there is incentive from the customers as well, because customers, they would like to see how good this product which they are buying was made. Is it sustainable, or was it sourced in a sustainable way? And soon I think we will see a stage where customers, they would not like to buy things if they are not sure how it was made or not. So how can farmers avoid it? By having this sort of structure where they are recording everything, they are then able to show it to the customers, which will then help them to make their choice.
Great, good, thank you for the explanation. I will give the offer again to the participant here. Is there anyone want to raise some question, some issue? Prof. Adi. Prof. Adi, Mbak Rufida, Bapak Ibu, please. This is rare opportunity to talk to you, right? Okay, another thing. I just another question from me. When I was in Australia a couple of years back, I see a lot of agricultural products use the sign of fair trade. Right? If you
the sign of, sorry, the sign of
fair trade.
Field trip.
Field trip. So that means some kind like if you the country of origin, if you have some
Oh,
issue
yes.
about
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
It can be generate that kind of
Of course.
system, right?
Of course, like, even here in Australia, I mean, now when you go and buy something, for some products, you will see that it is all made in home. Like it's grown in Australia, as compared to that same thing, which I think is being imported from somewhere else. So by showing that, the manufacturers, they are giving the option back to the customer in terms of whether you would like to buy the product being grown in our home, or would you like to buy something which has been grown overseas. And all of this information is possible when the agriculture people are recording what they are doing. Okay, so what we are speaking is only in terms of where that product is made, but sooner than later we will also come to know that if a particular product is there, how much maybe chemicals were used in that, what sort of pesticides were used in that. And then customers will have an option to compare and see what is the product which they want to buy. Okay, because we live in an economy where the option, or it's like what we say, the customers, they call the shots. So if manufacturers, or here in terms of agriculture, if they are not able to change their ways to suit what the customer needs, then it would become a very big issue down the line.
Yes, great. Okay, here's one question from the participant. Okay, question: what are the potential environmental benefits of employing blockchain technology in the management of agricultural data and resources? And how does this contribute to the overall sustainability of farming practices and land conservation efforts?
Okay, so if we try to break it down, it says that the first part is, what are the potential environmental benefits of employing blockchain technology in the management of agriculture data? Now, environmental technology can mean a lot of things. Okay, if we are just speaking from the perspective of agriculture, it may mean that when we are trying to grow something, how effective we are, or what sort of sustainable products, or what sort of sustainable chemicals are we using in trying to grow to them. So when we have to record this, we not only have to record this, but we have to make sure that what is being said is actually being true. And how can we do that? We can definitely record everything in the blockchain, have it approved, so that everyone knows that what is being said is actually true. Okay. Now, the next part is, how does this contribute to the overall sustainability of farming practices and land conservation efforts, which again, I think is quite a very broad question here. And the reason I'm saying that is, we are working on a project which is looking on deforestation, right? Where there is a lot of effort going on where they are trying to stop from cutting of the trees. So, or there is a lot of effort now which says that, okay, even though you are doing that, you have to repay it back by using what we call as carbon credits, where you are doing it, but you are generating carbon offsets to make sure that what you are doing is balancing it. Now, how can you prove that what you are doing again is true or not? So again, blockchains to make sure that the carbon credits that you are claiming to be generated in response to some other things that you are doing is actually true or not. So in short, what I would say is, a blockchain is just a tool. It's just a mechanism. And that mechanism is, how can we have consensus? Like, here I'm seeing that we have 77 people in the room. By using a blockchain, what we are doing is, how can we 77 people agree on one thing? so that the next time we are trying to do it, we know that what we have agreed is actually true. Okay, blockchain is a method, and it has wide applications in things like agriculture, in things like carbon credits, in things like sustainability. It's only up to us in terms of how we can use it in the best possible way to achieve the aim of what we want to achieve.
Yes, thank you very much. The highlight is blockchain is a tool.
Blockchain is a tool, of course.
A mindset. How the most important thing is how to make the agreement, the consensus. So the trust between each parties involved in these businesses is enhanced. Right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Is there any another question from the participant? I see Prof. Adira Trianto here want to say something. Please, Prof. No. Oh, another question in the chat box. Following
the previously question, how can blockchain be harnessed to streamline and enhance efficiency of sustainable agriculture supply chains, especially in remote and underdeveloped? How can these be measured and monitored? Okay, look, I would like to answer this in two parts. First is, what is it that we call as sustainable? Because sustainable can mean a lot of things, right? Sustainable, like say, for example, can mean that we are making sure that we are using the land properly. Sustainable can also mean that we are trying to show that we are using the right water, we are giving the right crop, we are giving the right fertilizers, etc. So there are many, many, many different measures which sustainability can be used to define in. And that is a very challenging thing, because especially when we are speaking about underdeveloped remote areas, then it means that not everyone has the ability to record what these sustainable measures are. If we are not recording it, then we cannot measure. If we cannot measure, we cannot monitor. If we cannot monitor, then we cannot claim what we are saying it to be. And if we cannot claim what we are saying it to be, then of course, those things are not going to be sold to the end customer. So you see, there is a series of chain reaction there, what we call as the ripple effect or the domino effect. Like one thing falling down, everything will start to fall down, and the end impact is going to be a very severe one. So how can blockchain be harnessed? As I told, blockchain, the word sound fancy, but its application is a very simple one. We need to consider blockchain just as a very simple tool. Like, we use a database like Microsoft Word, Excel to record something, right? It is a database. What blockchain is doing is it is trying to make sure that it is recording stuff, and what it records is such that no one else can modify it. Okay, so it's trying to establish trust. But the big thing here in blockchain is how can we record, like, what is the input source, or what is the input which is being recorded by the blockchain? We need to find out methods or areas where we are able to identify these input sources. And from what I said, it can be as simple as things like RFID scanners, or it can be things like some sort of scanning devices, or the farmer inputting some information, verifying it, proving it by using some sort of photos, images, and all these sort of things would then be recorded in the blockchain, and the blockchain will start to do its stuff. So it's hard for me to say what exact these methods are which can be harnessed, but it can be anything. It can be anything as long as it is working on achieving the aim. And once it is achieving, then we are able to establish the trustworthiness and authenticity there.
Okay, great. Maybe this is, correct me if I'm wrong. You have, in Australia, we used to use the Uber Eats, right?
Yes.
there's another rating from the user and also from the customer. Can we say
Yes.
that this is the miniature of blockchain?
Look, the ratings and all those things, they are being recorded, right? You know, if somebody gives me a rating, and even though I don't like the rating, I cannot change it because it has been recorded, like that person has said. So the platform in which we are recording it, more or less, is the blockchain, because it is then as a constant source of truth. Like, say, for example, I'm here in Australia, but tomorrow I will go to India. Even if I use my Uber apps, I will still have that rating. I cannot change it. You see, that is a very good application of what I did here. If I was doing very good in Australia, when I go to India, I will get the benefits of it. But if I was very bad in Australia, like I was not delivering the food of the people, I will not get any jobs if I'm trying to do Uber Eats over there. So that is a very good application of how blockchain can be used as a single source of truth. In this area, it's more about the Uber Eats app.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, unfortunately, we have very limited time here, Omar. But once again, I would say thanks a lot for your enlightenment, for your thoughts, ideas, how the sustainability can be reached by the application of blockchain, especially in agriculture industries. Okay,
thank you.
I want to wrap up. I want to wrap up this meeting. That maybe once again, using a blockchain for agriculture is not a dream, but is kind of the future, because by using it, we can enable the farmers to earn more return as compared to traditional approaches. So it's also safer, reliable, sustainable, and more energy efficient, especially in agri or food industries. Okay,
of course.
That's my wrap up. I will also want to say want to announce that you will cut the certificate as a distinguished speaker for this seminar, and after will be shown by the operator after this. And
thank you.
We hope you in the beginning you say you are very open to create some kind like joint research or publication regarding this area.
Of course. Look, I mean, if there is something, or if there is some common areas of interest which you can see, by all means, please don't hesitate to send me an email and we can have a chat on that further.
Okay, thank you very much once again. It's always to having some good time for you. Maybe hopefully we can meet again in the near future. Thank you very much. See you and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Bayu, and thanks a lot for all the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Omar Hadi Hussein and Dr. Krishna Bayusanka, for bringing us to a successful and interesting panel session about blockchain today. And once again, thank you so much. So for all the participants, we would like to remind you that the attendance form is already provided in the chat box, so you can fill the link in the chat box. And don't forget, we will still have a parallel session tomorrow. We will open 4 parallel rooms and will be starting from 7:13 Indonesian time and taking place in the Zoom meeting. And the link will be sent to your email. So please stay tuned and be prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference held by Research and Development Center for Biotechnology and Biodiversity Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia, in collaboration with Faculty of Agriculture and Faculty of Animal Science, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia.
team. Hello, Prof. Adi. Pak Bagas.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next presentation, we are moving on to the third panel session that will be delivered by Dr. Renat Nurhadi from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. This presentation will be moderated by Professor Adi Ratrianto. But before we begin, allow me to read his biography. Professor Adi Ratrianto is the Vice Dean for Academic Research and Student Affairs, Postgraduate School of Universitas 11 Maret. He finished his bachelor degree and master degree at Universitas Gajah Mada and doctoral degree from University of Hohenheim, Germany, with a research topic about poultry and non-ruminant nutrition. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Adi Ratrianto. Good morning, Prof. Adi.
Yeah. Good morning, and thank you for nice introduction. Good morning and welcome to the third plenary session of this conference. I would like to thank you very much to all of you who attended this session. In this session, I will be delighted to be the moderator, and for this session, we have an invited speaker, Dr. Renat Nurhadi. Hello, Dr. Nurhadi. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Prof. Adi Ratrianto. I'm sorry,
how are
I've
you?
got a problem with connection, and then I've got an issue with the camera, so you can't see my face now. I'm sorry.
No problem, yeah. But anyway, we can continue without camera.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we are really grateful for your willingness to join this plenary session. Before we get further to listening to the presentation, I would like to introduce the speaker first. Dr. Nurhadi earned his bachelor and master degree in anthropology from Universitas Gajah Mada and PhD in human geography from Universitas Innsbruck, Austria. Currently, he is a lecturer at the Department of Educational Sociology and Anthropology, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. Today, Dr. Nurhadi will talk about anthropology and geography in agriculture. I think it will be exciting because we can see the agricultural sector from another side beyond the technical aspect of agriculture. For the participants who want to ask questions, please kindly write on the chat panel, and I will read it later. You can directly ask in this Zoom. So, without further ado, please, Dr. Nurhadi, the time is yours for about 30 minutes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Adi Ratri, for the time that has been given to me. And good afternoon, everybody. Today, I would like to talk about anthropology and geography in agriculture. Some of us might ask a question, why anthropology and geography? First of all, some people think that geography is a discipline which is separated from anthropology. But in fact, it's not like that. Anthropology and geography are well connected, and also what anthropologists do is in many cases quite similar to what the geographers do. So today I would like to present perspectives from both disciplines, anthropology and geography. The presentation is not going to be so long because it's going to be divided into 3 parts. The first part is let me see. And we are going to talk about, the first one is anthropological perspective on agriculture. And the second one is geographical perspectives on agriculture as well. And the third one, we are trying to see the potential and challenges for interdisciplinary research. And yeah, I would like to begin with the anthropological one, and the second one is going to be on the geographical one. Yeah, if we pay attention to the journey of the life in this planet, we can see that starting from 4.5 billion billion years ago, the Earth formed, and then the first evidence of life began in 3,600 billion years ago, and the first hominin, which is the ancestor of the modern human, began to appear approximately 7 million years ago. And starting from 200,000 years ago, modern humans emerged, and they became the ancestor of this modern human, just we are now. An epic journey took place starting from 650,000 until 130,000 years ago. And they moved from Africa, and 45,000 years ago they started to populate Australasia. It means Australia and Asia. And you can see the spot of you can see the picture of the Australian continent and the Indonesian archipelago. So I think it is very important in that moment, because it is the starting of a new life, because they moved from an arid area, and then they started to inhabit the area which is more or less humid, and more there are more and more vegetations. And well, this is a long journey, a long history, and the most important thing we are going to talk about today is history, which began approximately 12,000 years ago, because 12,000 years ago is believed to be the first emergence of agriculture, and it began in Mesopotamia, an area which is located in the modern Iraq now. And this culture, we call it culture because in anthropology we call it agriculture. And they're moving from Mesopotamia to Yangtze River, and then finally to Southeast Asia in 70,000. And starting from 5,800 years ago, there were several civilizations, starting from Sumer, Egypt, Indus Valley, in China, the Tang, Mesoamerica, Peru. And in human evolution, there are 6 events. The first one is bipedalism. It was the first emergence of hominin, who walked with their 2 feet. And then starting from 5.5 million years ago, there was a change in the function of the teeth. The old function of the teeth was more or less similar to the modern, was more or less similar to the function of teeth in the animal. But starting from 5.5 million years ago, the jaw, for example, started to be shortening. So it's not as long as ape, for example, and it is not as long as the other animal which still use the jaw to cut the thing that they consume. And starting from 3.3 million years ago, there was a material culture and tools. At that time, the ancestor of human being invented tools, especially the stone tools, and it began in Africa at the time. And 2.5 million years ago, there was the emergence of a language. And starting from 1 million years ago, by using the tools that they had invented before, they started to hunt for prey. They started to hunt the big and small animals. And it is only 11 years ago that the human being started to domesticate foods. They domesticate, for example, they started to domesticate the corn, the rice, the rice, the paddy, and also they started to domesticate the animal. They domesticated, for example, the horse, the dog, the chicken, etc. So 11 years ago was the first emergence of the thing so-called agriculture. And yeah, there's a question. What is agriculture? Agriculture and anthropology is, some anthropologists perceive that agriculture is like so-called humanity's triumph over nature. So the human beings started to conquer the nature. They started to use the nature to meet their needs. And during the conquer of the nature, the human being, they started to develop in the agriculture, and agriculture was like the beginning. The growth of agriculture is like the root of the big civilization that we have seen in the past. We'll see. This is the map of the migration and the peopling of the planet. Approximately from Africa, 85 years ago, they moved some of our ancestors, many of many ancestors, they moved to the south, to the north, and to the east, and then finally they also reached the Australia and also the American continent. And it is only since 12,000 years ago that the South American continent was finally inhabited by our ancestor. And this is the map of the origins and the diffusion of agriculture. As I mentioned before, the first emergence of agriculture began in Mesopotamia approximately 11 years ago, and then they were spreading this kind of technique, this kind of culture, spread it all over the world, to the south, to the north, to the northeast, to the southeast, etc. And yeah, this kind of culture even spread it until Peruvian Andes in about 5,000 years ago, and also in Australia and also in Indonesia as well. If you take a look at the line at this map, there is so-called the limit of prehistoric agriculture. It means that at that time, people did not cultivate the land which beyond the border. And the reason why 11 years ago, because 11 years ago, the earth became warmer than 1,000 years before. Yeah, because it was getting new plantations, new grasses grow in many parts of the northern part of this planet. And at that time, many animals, they move from the area which is so-called the south, where the central Europe, to the northern part of Europe. And at that time, the human beings started to domesticate those animals, because it is getting easier for them to meet the needs for the protein if they can domesticate those animals. Hunting and gathering was very difficult task at the time, because and it is getting more complicated to do, because hunting and gathering was activity which involved such kind of complicated technique. Yeah, they had to use certain method, and also they had to use more sophisticated weapons. And agriculture, I think, made everything with regard to the food and the need for the protein and carbohydrate, etc., easier for the people. And well, with the new life, the people began to change their life from the hunting and gathering to the agriculture. They started to settle, and and following the settling of the people, they started to build new villages. They started to build new town. They started to build new cities. And as I mentioned before, agriculture was the root of some major ancient civilizations in South America, in Central America, and in Asia, yeah, and also in India, for example, and also in China. So those so-called ancient civilization were basically supported by agriculture, and those civilizations, well, ended approximately in the 14th century, after the European invaded many, especially the many parts of the world, especially the Southern America and the Southern and the Central America. It was the end of so-called the major ancient civilizations. So if we pay attention to this matrix, we will see that in 15 years ago, people depended much on the food procurement, from wild plants. They were foraging, and yeah, they use power. And then as time goes by, yeah, the dependence on the procurement of food from wild plants decreases. And approximately 11 years ago, and then and 9 years ago, we found farming with larger scale land clearance and systematic cultivation. And it was also the beginning of the plant domestication. Well, there is an increasing dependence on domestic plants for food. And finally, yeah, approximately 6,000 years ago, the more dominant way of life at that time was crop production, agriculture, especially based on largely domestic plants with greater labor input into cultivation. And now we see that it is, well, the activity which involves the hunting and gathering, foraging, yeah, is getting less and less. It is very difficult for us to find this kind of societies which still depend on food gathering and hunting. Yeah, it happened because of the introduction of this kind of technique, so-called agriculture. And agriculture played important role in meeting the needs of the food for many people, for more and more people, because in the gathering and hunting, the thing that they can gather can only give food for limited people. And now that there are more and more population who live in this planet, there is a growing need of food, and then it can only be met by introduction of good, sophisticated agricultural system. This is what happened starting from 100,000 years ago. We saw at the time, approximately 100 years ago, the temperature of the planet was quite warm, and then it became cooler and cooler. It was getting colder, and the coldest period was about 25,000 years ago. Interestingly, yeah, in 12,000 years ago, the temperature began to drop again, and then started to be warmer and warmer since 900 or approximately 9,000 years ago. And it was, as I mentioned before, the beginning of the period of agriculture. And then if we see the land area composition in 2000, it is the data I got from FAO in 2019. Agricultural land is it includes only 37% of whole land in the world, and it is more than the forest land. But there are, if we combine the agricultural land and land under permanent meadows and pastures and cropland, the total percentage of the land use for the agriculture is quite significant. Yeah. So see, well, and what we see as other land is land which is left fallow, and also land which are used for the built environment. I will show you the data, yeah, countries by the cropland area. Then there's a change from 1990 until 2019. It means approximately 20 years. India is quite stable. United States of America, the cropland area in the United States of America decreased about 15%. China, yeah, there is an increase about 3%. And yeah, you'll see other area, Indonesia, there is an increase about 60%. What has it been? It means that in Indonesia, for example, the land conversion occurred quite extensively. Many forest area have been cut down, and then they were converted into the more productive land, especially for the agriculture, and also for the activity which involve only monoculture plantation. For example, the rubber, and also the palm oil, for example. So it is the major reason why the cropland area in Indonesia increased about 60%. It is quite significant. And Indonesia is Nigeria even is only half of Indonesia in terms of the increase of the cropland area. This can be a good news, or it can also be a bad news. It can be a good news because it means that the potential of Indonesia to produce more and more food is getting better. But it can be a bad news because it means that we have already converted, we have already clear such lots of land which were used as forest area, for example. And then, yeah, it has caused quite significant environmental degradation. Indonesia itself is the number 3 rice producer. The number 1, of course, China, and the second one, India. It is quite logic here because it makes sense because India and China are 2 countries with really large populations. It means that they need more and more food. Instead of importing foods, they grow the food themselves. And Indonesia is number 3. Yeah, it's interesting because based on the population, from the population aspect, Indonesia is not the 3rd populous country in the world. It is number 4. But yeah, there is the United States of America. Yeah, they don't produce rice. Of course, they eat other food stuff. Well, the question is agriculture good or bad? It is always a big question, yeah, among the experts in agriculture and also the experts in environmental studies. The advantage with the agriculture is. The agriculture can support for large numbers of people, and agriculture can also create surplus food. And the third one is agriculture has long-term food storage, especially grains. The disadvantages is the first one is there is an increased demand on the environmental, so land degradation occurs. The second one is pollution, especially by the using of fertilizer and also the using of pesticides. The third one is the conflict between populations because they have to compete for the same lands. And loss of wild species through overhunting. The number 5 is the decline of biodiversity. And the last one is the health cost and quality of life implications. In India, for example, there are some states in India where the people have problems with their health because the overuse of fertilizer and pesticide. They had sickness. They have sickness because of that, and the local people become more so-called the victim of this kind of agricultural business in that area. Well, it was the perspective from the anthropology study, and the second one we are talking about geography. In geography, there is a study so-called agricultural geography. The agricultural geography, it is the science of the Earth's surface transformed by agriculture, both as a whole, also in parts. Agricultural geography studies, for example, physiognomy, its inner structure and its relationships between land and the society, between area and other area, the connection between the economic aspect of the global policy and the process of land conversions, and and also the process which in process, for example, conflict of land. People who live in at the same area, sometimes they have to compete with other people, and also maybe they also compete with other actors, for example, the state and the company. In Indonesia itself, there has been a lot of conflict, which is caused by the land. In the past, we had a conflict between the activists of Communist Party and the local people, the local elites, for example, because the communist activists wanted the land to be distributed to the poor people, and the owner of the land didn't want that the lands to be distributed to other people. And until now, you can see in some cases, even such kind of conflict is quite bloody. It caused a lot of casualties. And this is what happened even in Indonesia and also in India. India is an area where lots of land conflict occurs. So this is what we call the agricultural geography studies. In geography, there is so-called there's a study. What the geography studies is the relationship between the physical environment and the society. Physical environment can structure the society, but at the same time, the process which occurs in the society can also influence the physical environment. Put simply, if population of certain area increases, then the need for the land also increases. They need more land for the settlement, but at the same time, they have to feed themselves. It means that they need land for the agriculture. So in rural area, for example, people decide to build their houses in their own village. But when the population increases, there's no other choices left except they have to either migrate to other area, or if they want to stay there and still becoming part of the population, they have to convert the land. Several regions in Indonesia have prohibited, and I think it also nationally, at the national level, the government has prohibited the land conversion, especially the fertile agricultural land, to be settlement and industry. Yeah, of course, in many cases, the law is not really obeyed by the people. The people still, because they have to live, they need houses, then they have to, and they want to have a house, and they have to change the land, to convert the land. This is what happened in many countries, also in Indonesia. So this is what we call the physical environment may change. Yeah, it changes because what happened in the society. Society wants something, and the physical environment will change. But at the same time, yeah, the physical environment can also structure the society, because physical environment may limit the choices that the society have. People who live at the slope of certain mountain, yeah, they cannot live as, for example, as a as a as a as a fisherman, for example, here, because they are limited by the physical environment. But don't forget, the second aspect is society can change the physical environment. And in geography and in anthropology, there was a discussion about it. There has been a change from the perspective, which views that a human being is part of the nature. So it is called man in nature. The relationship between man in the relationship which occurs in man in nature. A human being positions themselves as part of the nature. So they have to live with the nature and do what they can to preserve the nature, to preserve the environment. They use it as much as only as they need, not as they want. But since the modern era, this kind of relation changes from man in nature to man and nature. Under that relationship, man, human being, yeah, positions nature as an object that has to be controlled in such a way that can fulfill their needs. This is what happened now. Yes, this kind of change has been well written by some experts in Frankfurt School of Social Research. Yeah, there's a transition from man in nature to man and nature, and agriculture is part of the relation of so-called man and nature. Even though there is a growing demand among the activists, among the environment activists, that the agriculture has to obey certain certain principle which put sustainability at the highest priority. Yeah, but even though it is not easy to implement, but there has been a lot of efforts to do this. There is, in geography, there is so-called socio-spatial dialectic. Space, yeah, space is an area where the society, well, it continues to waste, to processes, Space is where people create and modify spaces, while at the same time, people are conditioned by the space, by the well, in various ways, by spaces in which they live and work. Yeah, so at the first process, on the one hand, people create and modify spaces. They create farmland, they create agricultural area, they create anything, yeah, which implies in the transformation of the land. This area, and then they started to develop ranch or other, and also for the industry, for example. While at the same time, human being or people is also conditioned by the space. Well, and this is the last part of my presentations. I would like to offer a perspective which attempts to integrate between geography and anthropology. So let's imagine that anthropology and geography are two disciplines which begin from different directions. The first one is from the left, and the other one is from the right. And they have anthropology on the one, they have to move the left to the right, and geography, on the other hand, has to move from the right to the left. What anthropology studies is society, and what the geography study is more on space. So anthropology studies society, and society has culture, and culture consists of three parts, three elements. The first part of, or the core of the culture is the ideas, and then at the second layer it is behavior, and the outer layer of culture is artifacts. So people use these artifacts, behavior, and ideas to live, but at the same time they also use it to modify, to change the space where they live. Just like the example I gave you previously, people change the fertile agricultural area to villages, or to villages, to town, to cities, etc. And what the anthropology should do is, first of all, they have to consider the historical background of certain area, because there is no neutral area. Area is always influenced by the people who live in it. And anthropology has to, I think people who, the society who live in a certain area, they have to understand that they live in certain space, and maybe they have certain free modify to transform and to the space. But on the other hand, they have to understand the space where they live can also limit their choices. So this is what has been implemented in some universities. In Europe, for example, they try to integrate between anthropology and geography. And yeah, space is understood as a place where society, they organize themselves, they distribute wealth, they get involved and also resolve conflicts. And the last one is they create meaning. Organize themselves is, of course, the villagers, the farmers, for example, the farmer organization, for example, they organize themselves in the rural area where the agriculture is dominant. And the second one is spaces where society distribute wealth. We can see that in certain area there are people who are wealthier, and there are people who are less wealthy, and wealthier, and also there are people who live from agriculture, there are people who live from industry, there are people who live from the service sectors, and of course it creates well, the process, so-called the difference in terms of wealth among the people. If the situation is not well maintained, yeah, it can it can cause serious consequences. The gap, which is too deep among groups in the society, may cause social jealousy and also may cause further conflict. The poor people have more difficulties in finding jobs and finding livelihoods. They started to be angry, for example, and then they can rebel against the wealthier people. And the unequal distribution of wealth may cause conflict. And the last one, spaces where people create meaning. There is certain, for example, I would like to give you an example. There is a certain pride, which is embraced by the people. Yeah? For example, they are proud of becoming part of certain region, which is more advanced in terms of technology. For example, if somebody asks, "Where are you from?" and then I can say, "I'm from Ungaran," for example, or "I'm from Indonesia." Yeah, just to express their pride to other people. But more than that, yeah, create meaning means that people enjoy the space, both they can enjoy the view, they enjoy the abundance of water, they enjoy the fresh air, they enjoy the fast production of rice, for example. So they enjoy those things, not only materially, but they also enjoy it hermeneutically. They understand the meaning. And the last one, I think, before I close my presentations, the relationship between space and society. This is in geography and anthropology. The first one is the space reflects social activity. This an example is the segregation of certain social area depicts social class, racial, age, and gender disparity. And the second one is the space constructs social activity. For example, some areas have less employment opportunity due to the reputation of its people. And the third one is the space as means of struggle and celebration. For example, oppressed communities use local space to oppose and redefine the labeling. For example, they don't want to be called as people from the slum area. Well, I think, sorry, the last one, before the last one. Well, agricultural space is understood as a resource. A resource can be used by individuals and the people for, the first one is for the instrumental purpose. They want to live from it. They want to, they want to use the product which is from the agricultural activity to meet their daily needs. It's very basic because people have to live, and they use the agricultural space as means for their living. The second one is agricultural space can also be used for hermeneutical purpose. Hermeneutical purpose is more on the meaning. People, just like the example I gave you, I mentioned before, that because they have land, for example, they are called as rich people, rich persons, rich individuals, because they have quite a lot of land. They receive certain respect from their neighbors. So this is so-called hermeneutical. So it is more in meaning. It is more in qualitative aspect instead of in quantitative aspect. It is more meaning than material. And the last one, agricultural space as a resource for the emancipatory purposes. The people use the space for, well, for changing the life. They want to change their destiny. Yeah. For example, they grow up in a poor family, but because they have agriculture, because they have land, for example, they can use it. They can convert the land into more and more productive. For example, they are more creative than other members of the society, and with that creativity, they can produce uh, uh, more crops than other people. And with the abundant crops that they can produce, they have more opportunity to change their life, not only as a farmer. Maybe they can become the local leader, for example. They can become the member of parliament, and they can also apply for a position in the cabinet of in the cabinet of certain presidency. So, well, I think that is all for now. I'm awfully sorry for the first one is for the late. This I came very, very late because I had a problem with connection, and then I had problem with the camera, and I can't show myself in front of the camera because I think there's a problem with my laptop. And the second one is I am sorry for not really not so fluent with my English. I don't speak English for quite a long time, so I'm sorry for that. But hopefully that what I have presented in this occasion is not, well, it's not so bad. At least you understand what I tried to explain to all of you. Thank you so much, and I would like to give the floor back to Professor Adi Ratriatno. Thank you. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Hadi. What a great and interesting presentation from you. Now it's time for us to get the discussion session. We have about 10 minutes for this session, and there are several questions in the chat box, and I will read it one by one, and you may answer this question. The first question from Mr. Ricky Ansori to Dr. Hadi. How does the study of cultural ecology in anthropology inform our understanding of the complex interaction between human societies and the agricultural landscapes? And how can this knowledge be utilized to promote sustainable land management practices and biodiversity conservation efforts? That is the first question, Dr. Hadi.
Yeah, should I answer it immediately?
Yeah.
Well, I will. Thank you for answer it clear. If you understand the evolution of the human being from the ancestor of the modern human until now, we can see that with the growing population, with the increasing population, there is a growing demand of the land. There's a growing demand of food. There's a growing demand of land for the settlement. And 6,000 years ago, for example, we can compare. 6,000 years ago, the population of the world was less than 2 million. Yeah. So now the total population of the world is more than 7 billion, approximately 7 billion. We can imagine that with the number with such kind of large population, though the Earth maybe is no longer enough to fulfill all the needs, for example, the food. the need for the food for the people. So what we can learn, now, for example, there are some people who practice lives diet which imitated the diet of the food and gatherer society. They hope that by using the diet they can have healthier life because they only eat not so much. They don't eat too much. They just eat as much as their body needs. Yeah. So depending on how much energy that we need for today's activity, so that's all what they eat, what they consume, and they do not use, for example, other materials and other things which is now considered as unhealthy. For example, oil, etc. They use, at least the local the people try to implement the life from the life that was lived by the local and also the people who live in the ancient era. I think this is one of the example why maybe we need to understand and learn the evolution of our culture. Yeah. Thank you. The second question.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Dr. Nurati. The second question from Ms. Caroline. In practice, how far this thought of integrative perspective of geography and anthropology being utilized as inputs for policymakers in agricultural development? Because it seems we cannot separate the two exclusive perspectives. That is the second question.
With the coming of Society 5.0, I think there are more and more possibility and potential of implementing the researches and also the things that have been resulted by both disciplines, anthropology and sociology. The first thing we can do, maybe we can try to how do you call it, to put all of those researches in one place so that everybody can read it, everybody can access it, and then it is easier for the decision maker to consider some other aspects if they want to make a certain policy. In many cases, policy tend to be disadvantageous for the local people and for the environment because they do not consider different aspects. For example, if they want to increase the food production, there is only choice left for them, for the decision maker. They convert, for example, the land, they convert the forest area into the agricultural area because they do not consider the environmental aspect from the research that has been from many researchers that have been conducted by geographers and also policies. In this era, we cannot stand alone. We cannot do research only, for example, by using our own discipline. Yeah, research. And the second one is policy. Policy has to consider many aspects. And in the era of Society 5.0, I think those aspects can be more and more put into variables and put into the considerations. I think this is my answer. Providing.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question came from Ms. Nujil from Faculty of Animal Science, UNS. The question is, I think we could agree that agriculture changes the environment. In response to the climate change, nowadays some nations try to cut down their agriculture sector. For example, the European Union plan to reduce their livestock population by 1/3, and in the United States, there is a decline in land use for farms. Considering the food safety and environmental aspects, what do you think about these types of policies? Would they highly impacting the environment and human society? Is this really the best solution to deal with climate change? Please, Dr. Murati.
Yeah, the first one is maybe it is easier for us to control the population growth. Maybe, yeah. Several countries implement policy to control the birth, to control the populations by so-called, in Indonesia, for example, they have family planning, for example. We can control it. Yeah, some countries are quite successful with the family planning programs. The second one is, yeah, the example the data I have shown before that it was showing that in the United States, for example, their crop land is increasing. It's decreasing in the last 20 years in the one hand. In the other hand, Indonesia, the land for the crop is more and more. It has been increasing 60. There is a very simple answer for it. It has to do with technology. Yeah, and it's been in technology, and Asia technology in agriculture is not easy to implement, because we try to use the technology in agriculture that there will be less and less people who can have a job, who can have opportunity, employment opportunity in agriculture. Agricultural industry in Indonesia is well, so-called labor intensive. Agriculture in modern countries like Europe and United States is more, I think they are more technology intensive, and they are more capital intensive. In Indonesia, it's quite so we can move we can change from the agriculture, which is more labor intensive, into technology intensive. But the problem is, once again, are we ready to face the consequences? One of the major consequences is, yeah, there will be more and more unemployment in the rural area, and unemployment is very dangerous in Indonesia, is in country like Indonesia, because unemployment means there will be more and more people who are angry with the system. People are disappointed with the regime, for example, and they can be easily brought into rebellion. So this is my simple answer.
Well, there's still one question. You mentioned earlier that migration is the solution to the increasing population in Indonesia, given the imbalance in population density. What strategies do you believe would be the most effective in ensuring the successful integration of migrants into their new communities, particularly considering the challenges they may encounter in adjusting to the different cultural, social, and economic environment? Maybe you can answer briefly to limited time. Please, Dr. Nurati.
The transmigration program in Indonesia, at least was quite successful. In some cases. The local, the migrants, the people who moved from Java to other island, they got involved in a conflict with the local people. In the past, the conflict was more cultural conflict, I think, and it was resolved by the assimilation process. The translate to live respecting the local culture, and also transmigrants from Bali, Madura, and from Nusa Tenggara Barat, for example, they migrated to other islands, but they try to do what they can to respect the local culture. Nowadays, the situation, because there is demand from the local people to be acknowledged as the owner of the land. And the problem is the land now are already well inhabited by the transmigrants, and also there are this land have been transformed and also converted into productive land by the transmigrants. And I think it is now the government has to play a role in preventing kind of conflict. The conflict. So I think the answer is so-called the law enforcement. So yeah, I think this all.
Hello, Dr. Norhadi.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, I think we have connection problem.
No. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can hear you. Yes, I think.
Yeah, well,
that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Norhadi. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the limited time, we have to end the discussion session. Thank you very much, Dr. Norhadi, for an excellent and insightful presentation and discussion. As an appreciation from the committee, there is a certificate as speaker for you, Dr. Norhadi. Thank you very much, and the certificate will be sent directly to your email.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Adiratrianto.
Yes, welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is the end of this plenary session. Thank you very much. And also thank you very much to all the participants. We have a very great plenary session this morning. And now the time will be back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Norhadi, for insightful presentation, and Professor Adi for bringing us a very insightful session about anthropology, geography, and agriculture as a part of human development. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement for you. For all the participants, we would like to remind you that the attendance form is already provided in the chat box, so you can fill the link in the chat box. And we still have parallel sessions tomorrow. We will open 4 parallel rooms, and we'll be starting from 7:30 p.m. Indonesian time and taking place in the Zoom meeting. And the link will be sent to your email. So please stay tuned and be prepared. Now we are moving on to the break time until 1 p.m. So for the participants, if you want to get some lunch and break time, you can do it within the time. And the participant need to join the Zoom meeting at 1 p.m. because we still have the last panel session with Miss Anna from Austria. Thank you and see you again after the lunch break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment. We are now in the last presentation from Miss Anna Maria Brunner, Master of Science from Universitat Innsbruck, Austria. This session will be moderated by Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, Dian Medi Dewi Nuraini, Master of Animal Science. But before we begin, let me introduce her short biography. Animal Science is a lecturer and researcher from Faculty of Animal Science, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. She finished her bachelor's degree at Gajah Mada University and continued his master's degree in animal health, physiology, and welfare from the University of Queensland, Australia. Without further ado, please welcome Miss Dian Medi Nuraini. Good afternoon, Miss Dian.
Good afternoon, Ibu Rufida. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 10th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture and Environment. I am honored to be your moderator in the last General Assembly session right now. In this session, we will have Ms. Anna Maria Brunner from the University of Innsbruck, Austria, to talk about community-supported agriculture system. Before I read her CV, can I call her first? Good afternoon, Ms. Anna.
Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you.
I think it's still morning in Austria, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, it's still morning, but I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, we are very thankful for being here right now. So before we move on to the main session, I would like to introduce Ms. Anna Maria Brunner a little bit more. She achieved her Master of Science from the University of Graz, Austria in Sustainable Urban and Regional Development. Currently, she is a scientific project assistant in Leopold Franzens University of Innsbruck, Austria, focusing about food alternatives. Okay, I think it's the time to move on to the presentations. For all attendants who have questions, please feel free to write it down in the chat box anytime, and I will read the questions at the end of the session. Are you ready, Ms. Anna?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. I'll start the presentation right away.
Sure, the time is yours. Would you please share the presentation, the material?
Yes, give me 1 second. It's uploading.
Hello everyone, from my side, from Austria, I'm Anna Maria Brunner and I'm happy to be able to share the next upcoming 40 minutes my thoughts on possible livable utopias and more concretely on the concept of community-supported agriculture. And also a big thanks to the organizing team of this conference and the invitation. So in my talk, I want to dive into community-supported agriculture and explore a bit in how far it is already a livable utopia in some places or not, and in how far it opens windows of opportunity to overcome the current climate crisis and dystopia like the food systems collapse, and what kind of rays of hope it shines on the future of agriculture. But also I want to explore the barriers, these concepts, when it comes to upscaling or outscaling phase, might there be political barriers or of other kind, and what kind of vicious circles they encounter on the way. So first, I will be diving into the definition of community-supported agriculture, what it is, and then why it is of importance, especially with regard to the current crisis dynamics. Then we'll take a look on where it already exists and where not, and what might be the reasons for that. And which brings us to constraints these alternatives are facing, and then I will give a short outlook. So going through the conference topics, it caught my attention that actually with my talk, I will be touching upon all of the three rearms the conference is dealing with. So first of all, of course, community-supported agriculture is a specific mode of agricultural management. It is based on social and solidarity economy. And with regard to the climate change and the climate crisis, it is seen, as we'll talk on later and explain later on, as one of the hopefuls to overcome the climate crisis. It is very much based on local ecological knowledge, and in my case studies, agroecology plays a significant role. So as one of the hopefuls to trigger such socio-ecological transformation, CSA plays an important role when it comes to dealing with climate change and the environment, and a significant influencing factor in this regard is always governmental policies. And as I mentioned beforehand, I will be also taking a look at the political barriers as I'm taking a look at community-supported agriculture from a political ecology perspective. So much with regard to introductory words, and now I want to dive into the definition of community-supported agriculture, what stands behind the concept. It has its origins in the 1960s. Some say in Japan, others say that it evolved parallelly in Japan and Switzerland, Germany. Anyway, Taikai, as they call it in Japan, literally means partnership, and in more philosophical terms, it means food with a farmer's face on it. I will come to that again in a second. And from Japan and Switzerland, Germany, it then found its way to the United States, where it thrived, and a lot of community-supported agriculture initiatives were founded. And actually from the USA, this enthusiasm bounced back to Europe, where it established in more wider terms. So coming to this literal meaning of food with a farmer's face on it, what is the concept behind community-supported agriculture? It refers to a direct and long-term partnership between a group of consumers and producers, or a producer. And producers and consumers are written that way because actually CSA seeks to abolish these rigid lines between the two groups, or this dichotomy, and move more towards transforming consumers into prosumers, so something between consumers and producers by means of consumer participation. Consumer participation in this regard could mean that this community of prosumers has decision-making power, for example, on what will be planted or produced on the farm, or that they also participate actively in farming activities. And by fostering this direct relationship between producers and consumers, CSA also fosters the process of re-embedding the food production socially and environmentally, and linking it back to its local, natural, and social conditions and consumer cultures. In that sense, CSA is also a move towards a more sovereign food supply system, as it builds on the needs of local communities rather than those of global markets' powerful actors. And thus, CSA shifts the power back to the producers and the prosumers. How does it do that? What is the basic principle behind CSA? First and foremost, the in-advance payments need to be mentioned. This means that the group of, or the community of prosumers, pay mostly a growing period in advance the farm's production costs, and in turn they receive a harvest share. This means they do not receive, mostly on a weekly basis, a certain or fixed amount of produces, but actually a share of the actual farm output. And like this, through this constant and output independent income, the farmer is less affected by the fluctuation of market prices, is less affected of crop failures. They always have their costs covered, and like this reduced economic pressures and show greater crisis resilience, of course. And also by putting a price on the production, but not on the food itself, CSA moves towards a decommodification of the food. Furthermore, CSA puts an emphasis on, as you heard before with this in advance payments, this principle on solidarity and fairness. So it seeks to move beyond the capitalist dogma of profit maximization, which always goes on people, on the costs of people and the environment elsewhere. So it can be seen as a collective and solidary response to global pressures, to crisis dynamics, and as a questioning of dominant power relations and well-established societal practices. These are some of the common core traits of CSA. Others that can be mentioned is, more generally speaking, the opposition to industrial agriculture, the opposition to monocultural farming practices, and the opposition to the intense use of agrochemicals. Besides these common traits, CSA can have various phases, various forms of implementation, for example, regarding the form of arrangement, whether they're legally arranged cooperatives, associations, NGOs, or just informal groups. Also with regard to the initiation, whether it was farmers or the community of prosumers themselves that initiated the CSA. Also regarding the farm size, they differ a lot, ranging from a handful of members up to thousands of members. Regarding the decision-making power or the degree of consumers' participation, which might be a basic requirement for participating, or a CSA might be more on the spectrum towards subscription farming. The way of food distribution can differ, whether it's self-pickup or delivery. The type of produce, mostly it's vegetables, sometimes it can be dairy products or processed products or meat. So as you can see, there are various forms of CSA, and the implementation is very diverse of the concept, basically based on the local needs. So this pluralism of the CSA concept's implementation makes it a very heterogeneous phenomenon, lacking a clear-cut or universal definition. But I think Van Een and Henderson did quite well, that are true pioneers of the community-supported agriculture movement, as they summarized it as food producers plus food consumers plus annual commitment to one another is CSA, and untold possibilities. And I want to look more closely towards these untold possibilities, and also the possibility and the necessity of change. So as we all know, the current food system and how it is organized, the corporate food system, has severe environmental and social implications. Just to name a few environmental implications, the food system is the most significant contributor to biodiversity loss by means of the conversion of formerly biodiverse areas to farmlands, and large-scale monocultures, and the intense use of agrochemicals. As a result, nowadays, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization, 75% of today's world's food production is based on only 12 plants and 5 animals. So this is a major loss of genetic diversity, which reduces ecosystems' resilience significantly, and it gives rise to the emergence of plagues and also contributes to soil degradation. So this dependency on Agrochemicals, due to soil degradation and reduced biodiversity, jeopardizes water bodies, and also life underwater by driving eutrophication. So these are just some of the various and complex interplaying consequences the current food system has on the environmental sphere. And to put it short and in, I think, a very powerful number, the food system accounts for 25% of global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission. So it's a major part of our current climate crisis and a major realm where action needs to be taken. But environmental aspects can never be separated from social ones. The food system has a wide range of adverse social implications. First to mention are the farmers, which experience a higher pressure which is put on them as there is a need for a more capital-intensive agriculture and bigger farm sizes, jeopardizing especially small-scale farmers. Also, the product integration into long and complex commodity chain difficulties the lives of small-scale farmers. Exploitational relations and inequalities are upheld, especially between the global north and the global south. But the food system is not putting only a strain on the farmers, which are the most vulnerable in many cases, but on society as a whole. It's not meeting the needs of the world's population, as the number of 30% of the world's population living under food insecurity shows, which means that 30% of humanity lack the regular access to enough safe and nutritious food for normal growth and development. Well, so to sum it up, the food system can be, if we take Harvey's words, described as based on accumulation by dispossession, which gets mirrored in the rollback of peasant cultures, and also the growing concentration of power, not only in production but also in retail, as the supermarket revolution that it is called points out. So it is undergoing a process of intensification, technologization, and marginalization. Marginalization also in terms of knowledge, as there is a process of scientification going on at the expense of traditional, indigenous, location-based knowledge. And also there is a development, or all of these developments are based on the availability of cheap land, labor, and water. And this availability is very much based on state politics, economic interests, and powerful actors that shape these conditions, which build the basic ground for exploitational practices. But not only the food sector, but also various other realms of life are currently facing social and ecological crises, for which Brandt and Wissen coined the term multiple crisis. And this multiple crisis, this multiple entangled and interdependent crisis dynamics can only be overcome, according to scholars like Pree and Reisig, by means of a socio-ecological transformation. What does that mean? A socio-ecological transformation, or short SET, refers to the fundamental changes in society's political, socioeconomic, and cultural aspects. Here, I'm showing you one table which Schneiderwind includes in his book on the art of transformation, or the art of great transformation. And I don't want to go into detail with this table, but what is very striking to me is that in the production chain of food, so moving from agriculture to consumption in the value chain, he shows the prevalent trends and in agriculture as well as retail, Schneiderwind names as perspectives and potential twice CSA. So let's take a closer look at that, in how far CSA are transformational actors or strategical starting points for a socio-ecological transformation. In general, transformation is seen as a shared responsibility among society as a whole. So all actors of all sectors have to work together to make it happen. But diverging transformational strategies exist. So Wright identifies 3 different ones. First, the ruptural one, which is, well, the most radical one. As with this ruptural strategy, it represents an abrupt break with the prevailing social structures and institutions, and is followed by a fast build-up of a completely new system. So it can be a very chaotic strategy. The symbiotic strategy is very much the difference, as it does not change the system itself, but it broadens social empowerment within the institutional system. Therefore, it's also referred to as non-reformist reforms. And lastly, the interstitial strategy its principle is that it transforms, or that this transformation strategy evolves within the niches and margins of the capitalist societies. And within these spaces, novel forms of social empowerment get tested, alternative institutions get collectively built, and from the bottom up, strong transformative power erupts. And so it's these niche projects that trigger a change. And these niche projects are referred to by the German Advisory Council on Global Change as pioneers of change. That can be, like pioneers of change, can be social movements, NGOs, or other bottom-up initiatives. And, well, lots of politicians around the world attribute a specifically high potential to these actors to trigger change and to embark on a transformational pathway. Within the food realm, CSA can be seen as one of such pioneers of change. Why? I will point it out by showing this graph, which is based, or I will use this conceptual framework, which I worked on with colleagues in this interdisciplinary project. It's a group of people from geography, sociology, political sciences that we worked together and established this conceptual framework, which allows to analyze alternatives by means of 3 analytical perspectives: institutions, values, and nature's materiality. So looking at CSA from this conceptual viewpoint, they are transformative actors. So with regard to nature's materiality, CSA alters social relations with nature towards a more sustainable and equitable interaction. With regard to institutions, CSA challenged the dominant policies and state apparatus. And with regard to values, CSA introduced from the bottom up a novel set of values and operating modes into society. And like this, they serve as more tangible and real-life examples of livable utopias. So CSA can be seen as transformational agents, and Brie puts it, in my opinion, very nicely in a nutshell, underlying the importance of these small bottom-up alternatives by saying that nothing is more powerful than actual and concrete alternatives. So where are these actual and concrete alternatives perceivable? Where do they act? Where do they already trigger change on a worldwide basis? So let's see. So as the numbers show, CSA has already successfully established itself across Europe as 6,300 initiatives sustaining 1 million eaters in Europe indicates exemplarily. And France is said to be one of the pioneers of CSA in the European Union with approximately 1,200 initiatives. Also in the United States, as I already said beforehand, a lot of initiatives exist. Estimations go up to 12,000 initiatives in the United States. So the CSA concept is well established in many countries and held up as a decisive transformational actor, but is this worldwide the case? Can we say that CSA is a universal solution for local food production all over the world? I wanted to take a look at that question specifically by means of the case study of Argentina. So Argentina is a country in which the food sector plays a major role. As you can see in this graph, which shows the total exports of Argentina in 2019, 60% of the country's exports are based in the agricultural sector. But how is it with regard to community-supported agriculture? How many initiatives exist there? As you can see on this map, you cannot see much because very few initiatives exist in Argentina. In my research, I detected 2 formally existing initiatives, 1 initiative that was during the time undergoing a process of reorganization, and only 2 initiatives that were in operation at that time. And then I questioned myself, why is that the case? Is Argentina a country without alternatives? Is the food system not contested there? Do they not all need alternatives? Well, doing quantitative research and sampling some of these alternatives that exist in Argentina, I can answer certainly not. I extracted exemplarily 175 initiatives that are somehow challenging the current food regime, and they're crossed along the country. They include public and non-profit initiatives, solidary food distributors, collective food purchasing initiatives, and so on and so on. So these 175 initiatives and their mission statements, which I analyzed, showed me that CSA is not underrepresented in Argentina because the food system is being uncontested, or because there are no initiatives, alternatives in general terms. This is not the case. Furthermore, there is no different terminology at use to refer to the same concept. So CSA is not only seemingly lacking, and the qualitative content analysis showed me that CSA are not superfluous or useless in the Argentinian context, because these 175 initiatives and their mission statements showed me that they actually address the same difficulties, grievances, to which CSA would also be a remedy. So the quantitative analysis and the data showed me that there must be different reasons for the underrepresentedness of CSA in Argentina, and to unearth them, I had to dive deeper into the topic, and I did that by means of qualitative research. More specifically, I worked 1 month on site with the different initiatives, conducting semi-structured interviews, doing participatory work alongs, and also creating net maps with the farmers, with the heads of the initiatives. So here you can get an impression on how I worked and who I worked with, to make transparent that I also shaped this research I'm talking about right now. So now I'll come to some results of this research. So what are values and characteristics of these CSA initiatives? They have several in common, for example, openness and transparency, close personal producer and consumer relationships, trust and solidarity are some of the core values. And these values lay an emphasis on social aspects, and they're hard to explain or to market. This is a central or core aspect. They need to be experienced, and they can not be marketed that easily as other values like sustainability. And therefore they're less likely, or CSA in general is less likely to be co-opted. As I said, they have common values but very diverging ways of implementing the concept of CSA. And what is interesting furthermore, and which I will come back to in the conclusion, is that in Argentina, community-supported agriculture is very tightly interconnected with biodynamics, which is an orphan concept. So furthermore, I was interested in the social networks and the influence relations among CSAs, and I tried to make them visible by means of net maps. So these net maps I created with the head farmers of the initiatives, always asking the 4 questions in the following order. First, who is or was involved? Second, who are the actors? How are the actors connected? By means of flows of money, of command, of knowledge, or other flows. Thirdly, how influential are those actors for the success of the community-supported agriculture initiative? And lastly, what are the actors' goals? So, do they support the CSA? Do they hinder the CSA? Or are they maybe rather neutral? And what is interesting, as you can see here in this graph, is that the only negatively perceived actors were governmental actors. So one could conclude from that simply, well, now here we have the problem. The only problem are political and the governmental framework conditions. But reality is always more complex. It's not a simple reason, it is a complex interplay of external and internal constraints, as you can see in this graph. At the time that I conducted the research, the COVID-19 pandemic was a major factor, as well as more general conditions like 13 hours working model or natural constraints, the competition for land, which resulted then in internal constraints like the lacking consumer participation or other things, and culminated in a core of conflicts between the core values, which I presented beforehand, of the CSA initiatives and their actual practices. And before diving deeper into the general barriers and constraints, I want to take a look at these conflicts between values and practices. First of all, the economic accessibility and economic viability. So while CSA work towards making healthy, fresh food accessible for all, independently of their income or class, it is hardly possible to ensure at the same time the initiative's economic viability and their own economic survival. This is the case in Argentina, mostly because of the recurring economic crisis. The country is facing high inflation rates of up to 100% annual inflation rates. That for the pre-financing, which is the very central core of CSA and its functioning, cannot be meaningfully implemented. This leads to lacking consumer commitment and continuity, as mostly costs are not paid a whole growing period in advance, but maximum a month or a week. Therefore, because of this lacking continuity, the workload predictability is reduced for the farmers and the economic security as well. And this leads to short-term profit maximization strategies or intermediary selling practices, which actually stands in contrast to the goals of CSA of having direct producer-consumer relationships and not an intermediary in between. Furthermore, it showed that there is a weak implementation of the risk-sharing principle, a very central principle to CSA, and combined with the perceived responsibility of farmers to deliver food on a weekly basis to their prosumers or their community, they adopt practices that actually go against their value or their idea of producing agroecologically. So inorganic fertilizers were used, conventional seeds, all remedies or means to ensure yields because of the perceived pressure. Connected to that is also the self-exploitational practices that I observed among the farmers, which contradicts this general aim of CSA initiatives of a societal just and fair conditions for all. Also, environmentalism and sustainability was undermined by practices like using single-use plastic bags or delivering by car. Transparency and openness, a central value to CSA, was restricted because farmers were afraid of misunderstandings, internal conflicts, but also, which connects again to the self-exploitational practices, because time constraints were too high. It is a lot of work to produce for a community, to deliver vegetables or other products on a weekly basis, and at the same time manage a whole community. And consumer participation was restricted as consumers just did not engage because they did not have time themselves to do that. But also farmers described consumer participation as sometimes more work than help, and they were afraid of to be held responsible for injuries that could happen while consumers would participate in farming activities. And this leads us to a central constraint to CSA, an institutional constraint, namely that there is the lacking legal basis for such alternative activities like consumer participation. Another institutional constraint is the lacking governmental support for smallholder farmers. One farmer named it as passive violence, as they just receive superficial and short-term support, which does not sustain the existence of the farm. And also the contradicting political interests. First of all, regarding the agriculture production methods, there is an accumulation of power and interest in the conventional agribusiness sector. Large-scale and highly technologized agriculture is propagated in Argentina, and that for one farmer stated that this is not only a financial burden, but also a psychological one. Because with time, you feel like that as a small-scale farmer with little technology, you should not be part of this food system. Contradicting political interests also existed regarding land use practices. They were opportunistically changing, dependent on profit-promising activities that were popping up over time. So land use conflicts emerged, as in this case, which is an example of in CSA, which they had received the land from the state to cultivate vegetables there in the outskirts of the capital. But some years later, the state decided to build a highway right through their allotment. So this is one example, road network build-outs, but also urban settlement and fracking were some examples that were named. The concentration of land ownership also plays into these circumstances, as farmers mostly work on rented allotments or ones that were given from the state for a certain amount of time, and so they were facing a constant fear of expulsion, and lacking regulatory measures with regard to land use aggravate these conditions. So there's no land use plan in Argentina which would regulate what can be done on the land. And this is a specific threat to agricultural activities in peri-urban areas, like most CSA are, as they seek the closeness to the prosumers in the cities. But these areas, these peri-urban areas, are mostly affected or most strongly affected by urbanization processes. So now I want to summarize before I come to a final short outlook. One core aspect is the recurring economic crisis in Argentina, which does not allow the implementation of free financing and deprives of CSA economic viability and planning security. This in turn leads to the weak implementation of the risk-sharing principle. Therefore, farmers have to adopt profit maximization and self-exploitational practices in order to survive. And the short pre-financing period also undermines consumers' commitment and participation, and lastly also community building processes, which showed in several studies to be one core factor of success for community-supported agriculture. Secondly, institutional constraints. So there's a lacking legal basis for alternative practices like consumer participation. The power and interest are strongly focused in the agro-industrial sector. There's a lacking support for small-scale farmers and a propaganda of large-scale, high-technologist agriculture happening. And land use conflicts are a central factor, which are aggravated by the absence of a land use plan. So now I want to conclude with a third aspect, that biodynamics and CSA are both concepts from the global north, for which claims for a return to traditional and more sustainable farming practices are met in Argentina with a concept that is way more native to the continent, namely agroecology. And agroecology is boosted very much in the country, but at the same time facing a strong co-option by actors which just seek to enhance their image or their profit, maximize their profit. And the northernness or the origin of biodynamics and CSA also show us that we need to decolonize our research perspectives, or at least it showed me that my approach to the research or my central question were very much shaped by a northern perspective, and the policy papers, these global policy papers that recommended CSA and other of these northern alternatives as pioneers of change, were very much shaped by this northern perspective and somehow adopting a colonial view, stating that these alternatives need to be adopted elsewhere as well. And we should step back from that, resist these global blueprints, and rather revalorize local and culturally adapted solutions and solution pathways, which does not mean that exchange or mutual learning should not happen. This is very much important, such an exchange, but a revalorization of local and culturally adapted alternatives is equally important. And also, I want to underline the importance of the critical examination of alternatives of all kinds, whether they might be locally, traditional, or newly emerging, because as the example of community-supported agriculture show, that these alternatives are also not flawless. They tend or they have the risk of reproducing inequalities, of deepening inequalities, perpetuating exploitational practices. So when moving towards a socio-ecological transformation by means of these alternatives, we need to critically examine them and implement them holistically in order to really move towards a more sustainable agricultural system. With that words, I want to conclude, and here are some references, core references I used in this presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anna. What a great insight about the community-supported agriculture system. So I think it is the time for the discussion session. Are you still there, Ms. Anna? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, I received some questions. So the first question is quite long, so I'll read it carefully. What are the socio-political implications of community-supported agriculture as a platform for socio-ecological transformation? And how can the democratization of food production, distribution, and consumption contribute to the empowerment of local communities? The promotion of food sovereignty and the revitalization of cultural traditions and ecological knowledge system necessary for fostering sustainable and resilient societies?
That's a great question. Thank you very much for that. I'll try to answer it. Let me know if I succeed in it. So first of all, you touched upon the democratization of food systems. And I think this is a very important factor. So to give people the power to decide how their food system shall look like, what kind of food system they want, and to be able to have decision-making power in this regard, I think that's a very major factor for this empowerment processes, and of course also to move towards food sovereignty, which is in many cases and in many countries, also in Argentina, a major goal. To be food sovereign, to be more resilient to crisis dynamics, and just to be able, right, to sustain the own population by means of the local food production. So I think this is an important factor, but at the same time, it bears the risk that like all the responsibility is just put on the local community, and that important, powerful actors or governmental actors step back from their actual role of making sure that a right and fair food system is implemented. So I think we need to move towards both, to a democratization so that people can take decisions and have power to decide how their system should look like, and at the same time point out the responsibility of governments and international enterprises and other actors to actually behave in a fair and just way that moves also towards such a food system that people want to have and actually should have. So this would be my short answer. I don't know if I covered all the aspects.
Oh, you made a great answer. I think that's covered all of the questions. And I received another questions. This is from Muhammad. He asks about how do the principles of socio-ecological transformation, including equity, diversity, and empowerment, manifest within the organizational structure and decision-making processes of CSA? And how can the promotion of the principles contribute to the development of more inclusive and socially just food movements that prioritize the needs and voice of marginalized communities and vulnerable populations?
Yes, can you maybe once more say the principles that he was or she was drawing on?
Okay, he wants to know how do the principle of socio-ecological transformation, like equity, diversity, and empowerment, manifest within the organizational structure and the decision-making of the CSA. I think that's the first one. And the next one is about the promotions of these principles, how to increase this in the CSA.
Yes, that's a good point. Thank you for the question. So diversity is I think a weak point of CSA. It's an important principle, as you said, for socio-ecological transformation, as the other principles as well of empowerment and decision making. But in general, CSAs, or the ones that I was working with showed actually a quite homogeneous group of prosumers or community. So it's mostly people that have the financial means to support such alternatives, that have the time to be active in such a community. So there is this barrier of access to such alternatives, and therefore diversity is sometimes restricted. But it would definitely be important to make it more diverse, because I think we all can learn from diverse communities, and they bring in different kinds of knowledge and experiences. So there is this principle in CSA where some communities try to pay, like people that have more financial means, they pay, for example, for other people that cannot themselves pay for it. And like that, they try to enhance this diversity and include also other people that would otherwise be outside of these communities. So that's an important principle. And so that's also one way, as the second part of your question, to promote these principles, so to overcome such restrictions. With regard to decision making, I think it's a way the CSA is organized. So I think it's always a risk for farmers to open up their farms or their decisions to the community. But at the same time as being a risk, it's also a great chance to get external input and to get to this pool of knowledge a community has. So this should definitely be promoted. And I think like that, that's my answer to your question.
Well, thank you for the insightful answer. So basically, like engagement of the community, especially the local ones, and like know that they have diversity. We should acknowledge that. Okay, I do have a questions, like a simple questions, like if we want to initiate a CSA, so who should be engaged, and what kind of the first step that we should make to initiate a CSA?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up, also the practical part. So there, as I mentioned beforehand, there are different ways to initiate a CSA. It can start from the farmers. That's mostly common, because farmers say, well, I cannot continue like this. My farm cannot be sustained like that. So I need to find a community. And then mostly what happens is that they reach out via social media or to actual consumers they already know, and saying, well, I would like to implement this way of organization. And that's how it starts from the farmer's side, just by simply reaching out. And well, there is a big community of CSA one can draw on. There are a lot of good books I can recommend on CSA, so where you can get the basic information on how it works. If it comes to consumers, and I think they also have the power to start something like that, it doesn't always have to be the farmers. So it's as I said before, all this transformation is a shared responsibility. So also consumers can take this action, and just find like-minded people that would also be interesting, that are interested in having a local supply system, they're actually wanting to engage in food systems. And sometimes you might know a farmer close by. It depends on where you live, of course, but maybe you have already a connection and might get in touch and say, well, do you want to think of it together? Do you want to start it together? And well, I think the first point is always having the idea, and the second point is then engaging with people and discussing ideas. And in the end, it's about gathering experiences and making mistakes, and not be afraid of going this shaky path that like transformations always are. You don't know the outcome, but I think they're worth walking them.
Thank you very much for the answer. And I'm actually a little bit wondering about, how do we know that a CSA is successful? Is there any parameters that we can say, oh, this one is successful? Or do we need transformation or something like that?
That's a good question to assess it. Well, I think the first question, or the first way to assess it, would always be asking the people themselves. Mostly like the farmers I talk to, they're very sincere and open to such questions. And also like naming the problems directly and saying, well, we're successful because measuring success is very difficult. Success can be in ideological terms, like I'm doing something that makes me happy. That can be or was named as a factor of success by many farmers. Like I am having a successful life because I actually do something meaningful that makes sense to me and that I'm wanting to do. So that can be one factor of success. But of course, there's always this economic factor of success that is mostly restricted for CSA. Or a lot of farmers are struggling with this factor. So this can be simply assessed economically, as we all know, like what are the expenses, what is the income, and how far are they able to cope with crisis. As I said beforehand, for CSA, for them it's more easier to cope with crisis as they have this pre-financing. So this is one factor of success. But also then what is, I think, very important, as I said beforehand, is the community building. So for me, that's maybe a more personal thought. Successful CSA, as it was imagined, like ideally, is that there is a strong community, and that it's not only a farmer, but a CSA is the farmer plus the community, and it's a strong working together and moving on together. So when this bond is strong and when there is mutual help and exchange, and then I think it's also a successful CSA. So that could be another factor I want to mention. And in the end, also as a consumer, maybe a factor of success is whether it fulfills your needs, your food supply, whether the food you receive is sufficient or of the quality you want it to be. So there are various realms that can be assessed. But it's quite complex and, well, a good question to think about that one as well.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, I think you're correct. It's based on the community itself, like to define whether it's success or not, or they may need transformations or not. Okay, and maybe this is the last questions. So I'm wondering, is there any possibility to have like a collaboration work here in Indonesia with you, maybe, if there is some opportunity in the future?
Of course, I'm always happy to collaborate and exchange. Definitely, and get to know other contexts. Always happy. So also, if you have further questions or anything, I shared my email beforehand. I'm happy to get contacted and to keep on the discussion.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Anna. And for all the audience who want to connect more with Ms. Anna, you may get her email from the committee and you may further contact her from there. I believe there will be a lot of Indonesians who want to know more about the CSA because it's like an applicable one here in Indonesia. And I think it is the end of the sessions. I would like to resume a little bit about the Ms. Anna talk this afternoon. So basically, she had talked about the community-supported agriculture systems, and she also talked about many challenges that can hinder the CSA and also how to promote it, what kind of conflict, and yeah, including one of the most important is to look at the alternatives around the world. And this is the end of the session, but before we close the session, I would like to share with you all the certificate of appreciations for Ms. Anna. We are truly appreciate your participations in the ICSA tent. Hopefully we can meet in person in the future and having maybe a collaboration together.
I would be very happy to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the sessions. Thank you very much for your participations and see you in the parallel sessions. Now I'll give the time back to the MC.
Thank you, Ms. Anna and Ms. Dian Medidewi, for bringing us an impactful and interactive session today about community-supported agricultural system. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have some announcement for you. For participants, certificates will be sent by the committee within a maximum of 3 days after the event So please type your email carefully and notice your email. And the parallel session will be held tomorrow, starting from 7:30 Indonesian time in the Zoom meeting. And the link will be sent to presenters' email. So be ready and prepare for parallel session. Ladies and gentlemen, it means that our program this morning is closing to the edge. Before we close this event, a heartfelt thank you to our speakers, moderator, and participants for your attention. We are optimistic that today's session will steer us toward a more sustainable future, specifically in the field of agriculture. Your presence is crucial, and we look forward to work together towards a greener and healthier environment. See you tomorrow. I am Rufidah Maulina. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.